Good morning. Hold on. PPI was hot as fuck today. 0.5 month over month. Up 2.4% annualized. X food, energy, and trade was up 0.4% month over month. Powell better say some super dovish shit to turn this around, or this whole thing is fucked. Yeah, we're right back at spot. There was a ton of defensive positioning on the SPX, so I'm not surprised we bounced back prior to the JPass speech, but um, if he doesn't say some really bullish shit, things are going to get kind of ugly. Ironically, the dollar is down. Inflation's bad. How's that possible? It's just bumpy. It's didn't you? There's no stagflation. It's just bumpy. What's up, popcorn? No one cares. Why did I buy GME shares for $70 in the pre-market? I'm ruined. Classic. I can actually make more money if this drops. Yeah, it halted pretty quick. Ding ding, by the way. How does Beyond look? Pretty neat. Broke above $9 in the pre-market. Looks like it's selling off a little bit here at open. Ugh. Tips are crossed. But not yet crossed on the 1 hour. See what it does. Does this mean cycles are back? It's very possible. Yeah. Let's see. Picks up again. Not quite in backwardation, but up. GoEV's moving a little bit too. Looks like I might push for $3. They have earnings tonight. Top of the chain is only 57. That's awkward. Huh. That'd be incredible if the cycles are back. It'd be pretty cool. Yeah. Logged in at work just so I can be here for this stream. Thanks, Gherkin, for all the education. No one ever went poor taking profits, etc. You the man. Thanks, Lemur Go Hiss Hiss. Did DFE spend 3 years building up his meme gift portfolio and spam it all since yesterday? I think that's pretty obvious. Junaid Ashraf, welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. Anyone else having trouble logging into WeBull? I didn't this morning. Oh, fucking Christ. It's halting again. Stupid. What's GoEV doing? Did it just do something crazy? No, it's just 283. Relax. Russell's tanking pretty hard from open. Rejected 2102. Alright. Lucid's also rocketing. I'd imagine a lot of things are. Top broke $2. It's also just squeezing. Fubo's up 8%, above $1.55 finally. AMC went up 100%, which is fucking stupid. Macy's and Nordstrom's are moving. Kohl's is up another 4%. Upstart looks like it's moving to break 30. Carvana's up 4%. Tesla might start squeezing some shit off. Nvidia down. Huh. QQQ's barely up on the day. Oh, this is ES. Oops. What's up, Greek? Are we mooning today? All I know is all my debit spreads from yesterday printed like max profit overnight, which is fucking ridiculous. Is selling less than 30 DTE dangerous for GME credit spreads? Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. BNED borrow fee jumping up some. BNED's not a squeeze stock. I don't even think it has that much fucking short interest. And it has no ETFs either, so there's probably not like a big synthetic short position on it. They keep halting. Yeah. Yeah, they do. The market is very upset about PPI. I mean, it was really really briefly very upset about PPI. We went all the way down and tested like 52.17 on futures before immediately returning to spot. But for that one candle, the market was extremely sad. That's on Beyond Entries today. I mean, the calls on it have gotten kind of expensive. Yeah, they're pricey. It probably doesn't have the range GME does, right? The market will not care about PPI until it is forced to care about PPI. Listen, it went down, all right? The market doesn't care about PPI because they know JPA is going to get on the mic and save them. Speaking of which, can anybody find the link for that speech? Upstart broke 30. Yeah, it's moving. It was 15 minutes ish. I just want to say thank you. I have gotten back to green all time with your teachings. Fuck yeah, Paul. Well done. Is RK giving the JPass speech? Fix up. Alright, let me see what this is looking like. I think it's worth it to buy puts on GME at this level, especially since they usually short GME during earnings week. They're expensive. They're the biggest problem with buying puts on GME is they're expensive and your IV is going to crush on them. So unless you're going to buy puts that are in the money, which takes a huge amount of balls right now while it's running like crazy, um, you're more likely to lose money on them than make it. Ko-Fi denied? That was like a perfectly rational and reasonable question. I think you're abusing your mod powers after being back one day. McChuggets is back for some degen things. I mean, responsible investing. Why haven't my GME 510 and Upstart 100 weeklies filled yet? Is our cult strong enough to take profits this time? Find out next time on Pickle Jar. How's Beyond's tippies? They crossed last night in after hours. They crossed right over each other. Best downside GME debit put or bear calls? Probably bear calls. They should be roughly equivalent, but bear calls are net credit, which leaves you with more money to manage. Thoughts on Palantir ripping along with the meme basket like 2021? It still hasn't done much. Fuck Palantir. Why do we get asked questions about goddamn Palantir all the time? You know that stock went from $7 to like 40. That's it, right? Kendra Wilson put their pickle in my jar. You didn't say anything, Kendra. Oh, you did. Hmm. I don't know. Should I read it? Because you were you were unable to dodge the weak ass censor bot on Ko-Fi. Are you slipping? Fine, I'll read it. Hey Pepino, I get a lot of compliments on how soft my scrotum totem is, and I'm here to share my secret. After I was my face in the shower, I reused the face soap on my Jimmy. However, it's hard not to make white at the end. But then you're gonna get soap in your pee hole, which burns. Like self-induced gonorrhea. Thank you for all you do. Your insight and knowledge has helped me get out of poverty and allowed me to take care of some medical procedures that I had postponed due to costs. Thank you again. You literally helped change my life. Oh, that's so awesome, man. I'm glad I was able to help in whatever way I was. Also, now you know how to keep your scrotum totem soft, so win-win. Do you own the rights to my Hub Bay minerals? What? Is this piece of shit ever gonna unhalt? Ah, the dip buyers are back. Let's see. What time frame do I need to watch GME on? Tips. Interesting. Are they de-risking smaller short vol positions across the market to improve margin? Or do they need to restart cycles to make money? How about ETF share recall for rebalancing the Russell 2000? Are you buying any puts on what? Because the answer to that is probably yes. I just don't know which stock. It doesn't seem to be able to clear 900. That call wall's still there on NVIDIA. That's still been quite the problem. Can you put a hole in the orange line on Beyond? No. It's a pretty fancy line. Oh, look, GME fucking halted again. Uptick halt this time, though, which is neat. We're still looking at a top of 1150-ish on Beyond. I mean, it's possible it could go higher than that. But yeah, probably. I was finally able to get GME this morning and take even a little profit. I still don't know crap about stock markets. Thanks for keeping it real all this time. Love the humor. Thank you so much, somebody. Congratulations, man. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad I did not FOMO in pre-market. I'm slowly but surely developing into somewhat of a responsible trader. Upper range for Beyond this week. Thanks for help as always. I think Gamma Max is currently around 1138, which probably gives an upper range around 13-ish. Although there is another Gamma Max, and it's at 1360, which is also kind of spicy. Give me the higher Gamma Max. A lot of these chains are just super fucked up because the underlyings are so cheap. How can there be another GM? Magic. Gamma Max 2 Electric Boogaloo. Nice, man. BNED popping off a bit. I don't know, is it? Yeah, sure. It'd be really interesting if GoEV crosses $3 today and starts squeezing out those short calls before earnings. Hold on. So kind of take a look at this. So the low is about 1520. Yeah, okay. I don't see any. I see zero incentive to buy GME options over SPX options. Does GME get put on reg show after this volume? If GME gets put on Reg Show, we might actually be MOASing. But I doubt it. There's plenty of volume. Easy for CNIS to clear. They'll never let GME back on Reg Show again if they can avoid it. That's when you know someone's really fucked. Does PPI being hot mean CPI is likely to also be hot? Or are they not as related as I would think? They may not necessarily be as congruent as you're assuming. Hotter PPI, right? Maybe indicative of underperformance in sales, leading to corporations absorbing more of their input costs because they're unable to pass it on to the consumer effectively, or at least efficiently. Remember, you raise prices, your sales go down, right? So you keep raising prices, and then, eventually you're kind of hoping that. Hold on. Fucking halt again? Alright, hold on. I need to see something here. Oh, we need the JPOW speech.
Customer demand.
Give me a sec. No. Just cover up VIX a little bit.
So lean should be ingrained in your attributes and your behavior, enable business growth, agility, and I'm not speaking about agile, drive cost effectiveness, because that drive of cost effectiveness, not in rainy days, but already in
All
sunny
right.
days, can be spent towards our own business. It's not about the leaders. It's not about you. It's about sharing leadership and sharing mandate. It's about giving that autonomy away by not having it and multiplying yourself as a change agent in your organization. If you see the same things, obviously nothing will change. People will still follow you and not speak up or speak out. we really need the benefits of diversity and inclusion. I am confident that every one of you already knows the real tangible benefits of um, surrounding yourself with people, different mindsets and different expertise. The overarching across markets and global scale strategic intention of customer obsession, sustainable growth, and radical simplification is not just for banking.
All right.
It is actually for all countries, across
Oh.
sector, across cultures, and is something we
There we
need to
go.
work on with more
Yeah.
attention.
Actually, you
We
know,
could
I'll just leave the volume down until JPOW joins, because I don't think anything here is important. Oh shit, did GoEV just break $3? The little fucker's gonna try to... It's gonna try to do a thing. Not quite. It's getting really close, though. I've appeared from the shadows to say that I've finally taken profits. I'm now playing with house money. Witness me. Next stop, options approval and margin calls. You can finally tell your wife that you were a successful investor, Pigeon Teeth. Welcome back. That's excellent news. What's your GoEV position? I have leaps mostly at 4 and 7 for 26. And then I have like some CSPs at $2 and 250. And then I have a bunch of short dated calls for Friday. GoEV earnings are tonight, yeah. I don't think 325 is unreasonable. There's the gap fill. I almost ate my coworkers. Is GME done or have more gas? It could have more gas. A little bit of profit taking it open, but I don't think that's a concern. Hmm. Upside test at 27 failed. Oh, here we go.
I'm the acting US economics editor of the Financial Times, and I'm here today with President Knut and Chair J. Powell.
Fnut?
Chair Powell, I'd like to begin with you. Could you give us a brief summary of
Oh my god, these Fnuts? Oh,
the US
of
economy
course it
and where
lags.
Fed policy is right now?
Thank you, Claire. I'd be delighted to. Let me say it's great to be here. Thank you for being here. And Klaus, thank you for this great visit I've had here to Amsterdam. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. So,
Oh my
the
god,
US
Powell's
economy,
so high right now.
Has been performing very well lately. We had growth last year of just over 3%, quite a strong year.
It's just going to keep lagging.
And it's driven by a number of things. I would point to
Oh, this is awesome.
a very strong labor market where you've got rising employment, you've got rising wages, so disposable income, consumers are spending. Generally, households are in good shape financially, they're not over-levered, and so we see a good picture. Consumer spending has held up very well. As well, business investment has been strong. Businesses are seeing opportunities to invest, and that has helped. I would also point to a fairly large influx of immigration into the country over the past couple of years, and those people are joining the labor force. The labor market is very, very strong. It was, I think, overheated a couple of years back, and what we've seen is it coming back in gradually into a better balance over the last couple of years. And now I think if you look at a broad range of data, you could say that the labor market is about as tight as it was before the pandemic in 2019, and that's good. Wages real wages are now positive, and unemployment has been below 4% for 27 consecutive months, something that hasn't happened in a half century. So, labor market very strong, and again, signs of gradual cooling and rebalancing, so that supply and demand of workers is coming back into balance, which just as we would want. Inflation, it's worth starting with the fact that on a 12-month basis, headline inflation got as high as 7.1%, is now down to 2.7%. Core inflation,
I'm thinking of selling my in the money 8.5 June beyond calls
so
for
it's down by
10C
half.
beyond calls. Thoughts?
That
Risky.
progress, though, really happened.
That sounds really
over the course of
dangerous.
last
Are you
year,
going to keep
particularly
some of the
second half of last
profits
year.
on the sidelines?
The first quarter in the United States was notable for its lack of further progress on inflation. We had higher readings in the first quarter, and higher than we expected. We did not expect this to be a smooth road, but these were higher than I think anybody expected, and so what that has told us is that we'll need to be patient and let restrictive policy do its work. If I turn to the outlook just for a second, I would say we expect continued growth, 2% or better. We expect the labor market to continue to be strong, but to move further and further into balance. And I expect that inflation will move back down on a monthly level, on a monthly basis, to levels that were more like the lower readings we were having last year. I would say my confidence in that is not as high as it was, having seen these readings in the first 3 months of the year. So we're just going to have to see where the inflation data fall out. And I'll stop there with the economy. Thanks.
Thanks very much. We'll be digging
We'll have
into
to
some
see
of
where
that
the
later in
inflation
discussion,
data
but
fall
now I'd like
out.
to turn to President Knot. Could you maybe give us a little bit of a sense of how you judge the state of play in the Eurozone
These
and here
nuts.
in the Netherlands?
Let's go.
Yeah, I think the state of play in the Eurozone is not entirely comparable to that of the US. We just came out of more than a full year of economic stagnation. Now, luckily, the signs of recovery are clearly there. We started off the new year much stronger than we had expected. And if you look at the soft indicators, that recovery is expected to continue into the second quarter, and it's even expected to accelerate in the second half of the year. And this is mainly on the back of ongoing recovery in real wages, ongoing recovery in purchasing power, and strong consumer demand. Now, there are two ways in which you can look at this recovery. Of course, you can say, on the one hand, the economy has proven to be resilient. We've went through quite a number of shocks, monetary tightening, unprecedented, and yet we did not really go into a recession. The sacrifice ratio of the disinflation process that we had to go through was virtually zero. Unemployment did not budge. So resilience was there. But on the other hand, the growth was clearly not as abundant as it was in the US. And that is clearly remarkable. Now, I think there is a multiplicity of factors behind this growth differential, but if you allow me to single out the two most important factors in my view. First of all, fiscal policy. And this was not only about the size of the fiscal stimulus, it was also about the design of the fiscal stimulus.
Motion of the ocean.
In the US, there was a choice for temporary layoffs income support, and then rehiring when the economy reopened again, well, that means that a lot of labor reallocation took place, and we know that such reallocation is very productivity enhancing. But in Europe, we chose a different approach. We chose an approach that was focused on job security. The governments essentially took over the wage bills of the firms. And as a consequence, we froze the supply side of our economy for a couple of years. Then during this period of stagnation, there was a lot of labor hoarding, which means that we have gone through a number of years where there has been hardly any labor or, for that matter, capital reallocation. So we have not enjoyed these efficiency benefits of reallocation as much as the US. And secondly, the economic impact, the negative economic impact of Russia's unjustifiable invasion into Ukraine were, of course, also much stronger on this side of the Atlantic than in the US. We are a fossil fuel importing area, so it meant that this was a very strong negative terms of trade shock, and this terms of trade shock of which we are recovering still also today. Now, on inflation, I think the picture is that I'm increasingly confident that inflation will decline towards our 2% target during the remainder of the year. This is mainly on the back of goods and food price inflation that is coming down. Services inflation has been resilient for a while, but we're now also seeing the first signs of improvement there. And that has everything to do with a slow but gradual moderation of wage growth, which is quite essential, I think, also going forward in making an assessment of inflation risks. But all these developments clearly point toward further disinflation. Also here, an intriguing question is, of course, is there more similarity or are there more dissimilarities with the development in the US? From the onset of the inflation shock, it was clear that the balance of root causes between, let's say, positive demand shocks and negative supply shocks was different in Europe from the US. The US had a much stronger demand component. I think we had a much stronger supply component. Yet at the same time, there was a remarkable synchronicity if you look at the development of actual inflation. So the bump that you've been seeing in the US, the question for us now is, are we going to see such a bumpy development as well? So far, we've not seen any evidence of it, but that's clearly a warning signal for us, also not to come with any sort of premature declarations of victory. All in all, I do believe that inflation is probably less persistent in the euro area than in the US. And that leads me then to conclude that if we manage to continue on this track, if the incoming data continues to validate this development, that it will be appropriate for us to gradually take our foot off the brake, to remove some of the restriction, the monetary policy restriction that we're currently imposing on the economy. The data that needs to confirm this, a lot of that will be available at our June meeting. We will have an additional data point on the labor market coming out next week.
Just rubbing his
triangulation between wage
rate
growth,
cuts
productivity
in
growth,
Powell's
and profit
face.
margins, which is important. Then we will have new projections. And I'm confident, again, that
It's
if
not a
they
verbal
confirm
tick.
the
He's
picture,
just fucking
as I just
Dutch.
sketched it, that June will be a good opportunity to make a first move in removing restriction.
Okay. Very clear hint at June there. We'll come back to whether we could see further moves in July too. But just to draw on
Defensive
some of your
positioning to the
comments there, you
downside on
seem
SPX is
broadly
broken
confident
down.
that
No more
inflation is gonna
only
prove less of a
support
problem
left
in the
is at
Eurozone than
52.25,
it seems to be
and
in
the
the
money
US
calls are
at
taking
present.
profits.
And we've seen quite a reasonably high PPI reading today from the US Chair Powell. Some people have said that looks hot. What do you think of today's reading? And more broadly, is there a risk that inflation becomes a lot more of a problem in the US than it is elsewhere?
So we had a producer price index reading just a couple of hours ago, and I would say it's actually quite mixed. The headline numbers were higher, but there were backward revisions, and we're of course disassembling it, taking it apart, and looking at it. And I think markets and analysts are looking at it as I wouldn't call it hot. I would call it sort of mixed. But in terms of the overall picture for inflation, I think you have to go back to.
We're trying to rebuild it so it doesn't look so
last year, where we had
shitty.
historically fast disinflation. Inflation came down by two full percentage points last year. why did that happen? It's really two forces working together. One of them is just the reversal, the unwinding of the pandemic-related supply and demand shocks. So that we thought we would always get that. We thought we'd get it in 2022, and we didn't, and then it really arrived in 2021. So that was a big part of this, was just the reversal of
I don't see any H or OT.
distortions really to both supply and demand. The second thing is just restrictive monetary policy, and restrictive monetary policy cools the economy and makes room for the supply side to heal, but also lowers demand and ultimately lowers inflation. So I do think those two have been working together.
I was buried on those beyond calls.
Is inflation going to be more persistent going forward? I think, and that would essentially mean that we've gotten the supply side gains that we're going to get, and now it's down to lower demand, which would take longer and potentially be more painful. I don't think we know that yet.
Are you worried about
I think
the pin
we need
risk
more than
on
a
the
quarter's worth of
GME
data
spreads?
to really make a judgment on that.
I am.
We know that
No?
there are
They're
still
debit spreads.
businesses still report that there are shortages and labor shortages and things like that, which are now being addressed. In addition, even when the shortage is alleviated, there should be lags before that shows up in economic activity and inflation. So there may be some more there. I don't want to give up on it yet at this point. I also think that having restrictive policy, we have the highest interest rates in some time. I think that it may be that takes longer than expected to do its work and bring inflation down. I am confident that we will do that, but
Bingo,
we will
bingo,
get inflation down
bingo.
to
Welcome
2%,
to
and ultimately we
Billionaire.
will
I'd play
need
the
to do
song,
is
but
a
I'll blow
policy
up
rate.
everyone's eardrums right now.
And just to bring in a question that one of our members of the audience asked here, I mean, you referred to it briefly then, but from Edin at ORV, he asked, do you entertain the possibility that returning to the 2% target will not be possible with the current level of the Fed funds rate?
So I think, as I just mentioned, I do think it's really a question of keeping policy at the current rate for a longer time than had been thought. I think by many, many measures, the policy rate is restrictive. The question is it sufficiently restrictive? And I think that's going to be a question that time will have to tell. Entertain the possibility is, that could be a very small probability, but I have said that I don't think that it's likely, based on the data that we have, that the next move that we make would be a rate hike. I think it's more likely that we'll be at a place where we hold the policy rate where it is.
And is there any particular component of inflation that concerns you? A lot of people in the US have been focusing on housing and,
All right,
and
awesome,
that
man.
segment, but is there that, or is there something else that?
So we think of it in three buckets, the first of which is just goods inflation, and goods inflation was negative for 25 years, mildly negative because, of course, globalization and many goods were manufactured elsewhere and shipped at lower costs. So that, I think, is performing broadly as expected over time. We had very high goods inflation at the beginning of the pandemic because of the supply chain issues. That came down a lot, and I think we expect that. Housing inflation has been a bit of a puzzle because current rents have been low. Current rent increases have been low for some time, but they're not showing up. That's not showing up in rollover leases and in owner's equivalent rent. So, I think what we've learned is that the lags between a decline in market rents and it showing up in the measured inflation for housing services is long. Their lags are longer than we thought. But as long as market rents don't go, as long as they're going up at very modest levels, it will show up. It's just a question of when. I think our estimate of the lags is there, and so you've got to look at that. That may affect your confidence, but we have to wait for it to happen. In terms of the biggest part of it is services inflation, non-housing services, and that's more than half of the index. And it's less interest sensitive. It's very sensitive to wages and that kind of thing. We had made some progress there, particularly if you look at the market-based aspects of it. But that's the one that I think may take the longest. At the same time, it doesn't need to go to 2%. It wasn't at 2% before the pandemic. You need the three of those to come out in some way that they're at 2%. And I'm confident that we will get there.
Excellent. And just to go back into this theme of divergence, I mean, to summarize your answer, it seems that, you think the geopolitical aspect of Europe being closer to Russia, and also the aspect of not only the scale but the design of the fiscal response, are the primary drivers of this divergence that we've seen between the US and Europe. Chair Powell, what would your thoughts be on this? Are there other factors that you think are worthy of consideration when trying to understand why the US and Europe seem quite different economic beasts?
Is 5180 on the
So
table?
I agree with all of the factors.
90
laid
maybe.
out. I would add we would probably also benefit.
Nothing but puts to the
from a
downside
sort
at
of strictly,
25. So
accounting GDP standard from new workers coming in to a large extent. I think the issue really is, and this is an issue that that the European economic policymakers are very, very focused on right now, is over the longer run, Europe's productivity growth has been about half of the U.S. And so ultimately all you've got is hours worked, and that's largely a function of population, hours worked and then output per hour. That's going to be your economic activity and growth. And so productivity is really the thing that can enable living standards to rise over time. And there are a lot of theories on why that might be. I think from an American perspective, I would tend to point to the more flexible labor market, and also a more fully built out set of capital markets, which is parts of which are very focused on funding early stage innovative companies. So it's not just a bank-centric system. We've got a very highly evolved financial system. That may be another factor.
Yeah. So plenty of other reasons there that are worth mentioning, I think. Turning back to you, President Knut, you gave a pretty clear signal, I think, that we're going to see a move in June. But a lot of the questions that people have put to us today have stressed this point of, usually there's been this sense that the ECB has been following the Fed, and it's raised a bit of a question mark as to what degree can the policies of the two major global central banks, with apologies to the Bank of England, how much divergence can we really see? So to what extent do you feel constrained by what the US central bank does, and would you perhaps be reluctant to cut in July should the Fed want to stand pat and leave rates as they are for the foreseeable future?
Look, I think if you talk about monetary policy of big central banks like the Fed and the ECB, that monetary policy always takes place in a global context. I mean, our markets are interwoven to a large extent, etc. At the same time, we both have clear domestic mandates that look on an economy which may be 10, 50% open, but it means at least 85% closed economy. So much of our inflation is actually being triggered still by domestic factors. So what we simply need to do is construct our own inflation outlook for the euro area. And yes, Fed policy is, of course...
If we ignore all this Fed speak, all this price action looks to me as if someone big is exiting a position. Am I
wrong? The first thing
wrong?
that comes to mind is through the exchange
No, I don't think
rate.
you are.
If the Fed were to run a tighter ship, then
I think short vol is trying to pull back.
Then probably that would lead to some dollar strength and euro depreciation.
De-risk what they can while the MM is still supporting the market.
But at the same time, you will also have a spillover effect through global financial conditions. Bond yields internationally are also moving in tandem. If you look at the last few weeks and months, bond yields in the euro area have gone up significantly without there being a true euro area reason for doing that. It was just the spillover from the US. And that effect is, of course, disinflationary. So if you look at the two effects, it's not so clear which of the two will dominate. And it's therefore also not so clear whether the developments in the US will really have a meaningful impact on the inflation outlook in the euro area. I don't think it will change the direction of travel in the euro area that much.
So you'd be willing to cut in July too?
Well, we've been saying all along that we follow a data-dependent and a meeting-by-meeting approach. And I keep repeating here, it is essential what is happening in the labor market in particular, because services inflation is still the main remaining driver of inflation in the euro area. So we will simply have to follow the data as it comes in, both on underlying inflation trends, the labor market, etc. And that's why there is no commitment beyond June. We will just follow a meeting by meeting and a data-driven approach. And data, when it comes to the labor market, it's really about the comprehensive assessment of the labor market. It's too simple to just look at sort of contractual wages. Contractual wages are coming down, but one of the problems now is that we have negative productivity growth in the euro area. We had negative productivity growth in Q4. In Q1, again, it seems as if growth in employment exceeds growth in GDP, which means that probably next week we will get another negative productivity growth number. And that means that unit labor costs are actually still going up. And then the question whether profit margins are capable of continuing to absorb these unit labor costs, that's something that we really have to assess over time when we decide on future steps. So nothing, no commitment whatsoever, open mind for anything beyond June.
And just to turn back to the issue of US inflation for a moment, you know, even though there's this sense that we did see a remarkable drop of inflation last year because it was, you know, just so aggressive the year before that, that there is this sense that, you know, there's still a public perception that prices are very high. How difficult is it to really feel as though you can keep credibility at times when trust in public institutions is under siege? And that's from Jeroen Broekman, who's from Leaders in Finance.
You think
So
74
for
cents
central
is a
banks,
decent price
credibility is
target
kind of
for
everything,
BNAB?
and we only earn that one
Like
way, and that's
when?
by achieving our mandate for the benefit of the public over time. And also, I would add, a part of that is sticking to our knitting. Don't take on politically fraught issues that are really not.
It's
going to
be worth like
Do your job
$5 after the
and,
reverse split.
Explain as best you can what's happening in the economy. Of course, the economy has, the post-pandemic economy has surprised everyone. I wouldn't single out any single central bank or group of forecasters. It's just been many things that were not supposed to be able to happen have happened. Nonetheless, we've made real progress on inflation. We're far lower than we were. I would say the risk that at the beginning we were very concerned that the very high inflation we saw might be quite difficult to bring down without a kind of very significant decline in employment and weakening economic activity. That didn't happen. That's just a great result. I think people are unhappy. You mentioned people are unhappy. That I fully appreciate that. And a big part of that, I think, is go to the store. Prices are high. You tell people inflation is coming down, and they think, I don't understand that. You know, the price of all the things that I buy hasn't come down. So, they're not wrong. I mean, they're suffering. Particularly people at the lower end of the income spectrum are very hard hit by inflation from the start, which is why we're so strongly committed to restoring price stability and keeping it in place as long as possible.
And just to turn back to Europe now and to the Netherlands in particular, you know, we're sitting in a venue here that's really testament to the power of trade, for good and ill. In an era of deglobalization, when we're seeing daily headlines about tariffs, and how does the Netherlands as a small open economy, and indeed the Eurozone as a very trade-dependent region, really thrive?
Yeah, that's a difficult question. I mean, it goes beyond saying that this is a development that is absolutely not a positive development for the euro area, and that we watch with a lot of concern. Now, fragmentation is there. The train has left the station. So, I mean, we have to think about sort of the ways that it can manifest itself and what we can do to try to best redress its consequences. There is a sense that international business is actually to some extent more resilient to political fragmentation than we have been thinking beforehand. So that international trade is a little bit like a river that sort of tends to find its way, even if some obstacles are being raised here and there. But of course, the fragmentation, it impedes the diffusion of technology across borders, so that means lower productivity growth everywhere. I would also not underestimate the limitations that it puts on our capacity jointly and internationally to solve global problems. In a fragmented world, suppose we had a global financial crisis again, like in 2008, 2009. It would be much, much more difficult to get the G20 around the table and to agree on a concerted remedial plan as we did in 2008, 2009, think about climate change, etc. What can we do about it? Well, I think in Europe there is still a lot of untapped potential to at least strengthen our internal cohesion. We're not tapping the full potential of the single market. In many, many places, the single market
Beyond just went apeshit
in a name. We don't have capital markets union. I think we are really doing ourselves a disfavor. We don't have a banking union yet. And so we are missing out on opportunities to strengthen international trade, or sorry, inter-European, I should say, trade and integration, economic as well as financial.
Would you have anything to add on this topic? I know it's something that's featured in the Fed minutes about the links perhaps between trade barriers and inflation and so on. Do you see it as a risk?
So this is a very, very hot political issue, not just in the United States, but everywhere in the world. And not trade policy, of course, not the job of the Fed. So, I mean, we, as I mentioned a few moments ago, I think we need to resist the temptation to just have opinions on all different kinds of economic policies, as fun as that might be. You know, the elected government has to deal with these things, and they have to deal with the public on them. And they've given us really important assignments, and I think we need to honor the decision not to give us that.
And I appreciate this is also an awkward topic, but it is deficits in the sense that the national debt is forecast to rise by the Congressional Budget Office quite substantially over the next 10 years. Does that make your life trickier as Fed President, Fed Chair rather too?
I don't think it's not that it makes my life more difficult or the Fed's work more difficult, but I think it's you know, utterly non-controversial to say that U.S. fiscal policy is on an unsustainable path. Not that our fiscal position itself is unsustainable, but the path is unsustainable, meaning that we have full employment and we're running big structural deficits, and it's, we're going to have to deal with this sooner or later, and sooner is a lot more attractive than later. I do hear from elected people on both sides of Capitol Hill and in both political parties that they do understand this. And I think you mentioned the Congressional Budget Office. I think everyone should be reading the things that they're publishing about the U.S. budget deficit and the path, and should be very concerned that this is something that elected people need to get their arms around sooner rather than later.
And you've noticed a lot, you've noted a lot that these supply side benefits that
That's what I'm talking
thought
about.
might come in 2021 or 2022 did actually arrive in 2023. Now, what sort of benefits from the supply side do you think we could see in 2024 and beyond?
So I think we probably have realized most of the reversal of the pandemic supply side effects, but not all of it. But I think we could get more sort of the final parts of the supply chains really getting sorted out. As I mentioned, the surveys of businesses, they still say there are shortages.
Starting to get a little bit of a bleed in the.
They have a hard time hiring people for that matter. So I do think we're still getting, very substantial numbers of people coming to the country and going to work. Let me add, immigration also not a policy that the Fed works on or has opinions on, but I'm just giving you the straight economics of it. People come in, they can get a work permit, they are getting work permits, and they go to work and they're paying taxes and they're creating economic output, and there are millions of them. So it's alleviating the labor shortage that we had in the industries that really had it the worst. So I think all of that, it probably helped at the margin a little bit in cooling the labor market off. It's both supply and demand, but we think at the beginning, in the longer run, it should be neutral on inflation, but in the short run, it might have been positive. So I think that's a factor too.
And just to kind of tend to these like broader demographic trends, there's been a lot of talk in recent years about how they will impact inflation, whether they have some sort of impact on R star, the kind of, the Goldilocks level of interest rates in the longer term, one might say. I mean, how do you think about these kind of longer term demographic trends and other factors and how they're going to influence where you see this kind of magical Goldilocks neutral rate of interest?
So the R star, for those of you who aren't central bankers who read every word of every story Claire writes about us, R star is really a longer run concept. R star is a neutral interest rate that would neither push up on economic activity nor bring it down at some
Did the Fed
hypothetical
chair just
future
describe
time
employment
when
to
we're at
me?
full employment, we're at 2% inflation, and there are no shocks hitting the economy. So think 5-6 years down the road.
No,
there's this
support's
sort
not
of
building at
nirvana out there.
5230. We're getting a lot of
Its
sold
relevance
calls right
for
now,
current policy
both in and
making
out of the
is
money.
kind of limited, and I think you need to say that. But really what we're doing in an FOMC meeting is we're looking at the broad effect of the things that we're doing on the economy, and we're asking ourselves, is policy tight enough? Is it too tight? We're looking at what's happening in the economy. We're thinking about lags, and it's not a debate over the level of R star, because that's a longer run concept. Now, and the argument is made that R star will go up, and this is a debate that economists have been having for some years now, but the idea is, between deglobalization and the need to fund the energy transition and perhaps the need to spend more on military and the aging of the population, bigger deficits, higher, all of that could push up what is a neutral rate. And I think those are interesting debates to have, but ultimately we're not sitting around wondering what the longer run neutral rate is when we do policy. When we make policy, we're thinking today, is our policy delivering what the economy needs to move it toward the mandates that Congress has given us: stable prices, maximum employment.
So would you divorce it? I mean, I think why this has come into focus, if you like, is because now that cuts are being considered in some parts of the world. At least there's this sense in which people are thinking, how low will rates go? Would you see that as part of the kind of R star debate, or would you want to divorce the two factors of this current cycle and where R star will end up being?
I think the R star debate runs in the background, but again, it's a longer run concept. You could, if you wanted to think about a shorter run R star, that would be more relevant. But that's not the way we think about it. We think about the effect of the things we're doing on financial conditions more broadly and on the economy, and how is it affecting the economy, and why, and all of those things lead us to believe at this time that policy is restrictive, and that it looks like it will take longer for us to become confident that inflation is coming down to 2% over time.
And how is this debate occurring around the table in Frankfurt at the ECB about longer run interest rates, or even, where are we going to end up? What's the rock bottom for this cycle?
Yeah, I mean, that's of course a difficult question to ask, because there are so many moving parts here. But what I would say is that if you look at the likelihood or the likely nature of the shocks that will hit us in the future, we came out of a period in which we had globalization, which was a slowly moving positive supply shock, ever more goods for ever lower prices coming from the rest of the world, which meant that for almost 10 years we continuously had to approach our inflation target from below. We had a low inflation problem. Going forward, with fragmentation, with aging of our societies, in my view, it's more likely that the shocks hitting our economy will actually be of the nature of negative supply shocks, not positive supply shocks. And if you think that through, that means that probably we will have to approach our inflation target more often from above than from below. And that probably suggests that we are not, that at least I don't regard it very likely, that we will move back to the time in which we had a continuous sort of our fairly persistent low inflation equilibrium with very, very low interest rates. We probably have to, on average, run a slightly tighter ship.
What if we bring up the original
the
mandate,
nature
which
of
was
these shocks
0% inflation? Good fucking. I mean, you don't want 0%,
And just to come
right?
back
Because
to
you
something
want
that I think
growth.
has been kind of in the background.
We have
here
0%
for quite
inflation.
a lot of the discussion
What do you want to
about
invest in?
high interest rates taking possibly a while longer to have the desired impact on.
Do you have stops
some
on your
pockets of
Beyond
the
calls?
economy.
I'm just
How
taking
do you see
profits
that? Is this a
across the
legacy
board
of this
as
very
it runs.
low interest rate era? And how do you really address that when it comes to monetary policy? That is there just going to be this lag from now on that didn't exist, say?
This might be the
relative
last
to
good short they get in
2008.
on Beyond.
So I think if you look at the bigger picture, we've seen the labor market's a good place to see this. You've seen demand for workers cooling off pretty substantially. The ratio of vacancies to unemployed people, for example, has gone from more than 2 to 1 to now 1.3 to 1, and it was 1.2 before. So that's a decline in demand. That's demand related. You also see wages coming down. You see quits coming down. So I think that tells you that policy is probably restrictive. I think it's also fair to say, though, that the U.S. economy is different this time for a couple reasons. One is that people financed themselves into very low rate mortgages, and now they won't move because they would be moving into a higher rate mortgage if they did, and they would be throwing a lot of value away. The same is true of businesses, many of which, as indeed you would expect, have termed out their debt. And so they're not feeling the effects of interest rates. So it may be that policy is hitting the economy not quite as strongly as it would have if those two things were not the case. Notwithstanding that, I think the overall picture still is policy is working. It's weighing on spending. It's weighing on interest-sensitive spending, and it's certainly weighing on the labor market. It's a question of restrictive policy. As I mentioned, our policy is the highest it's been in quite some time. The rate is, at 5.25% to 5.5% is high relative to recent history. So we think that it's probably a matter of just staying at that stance for longer, and that's how we're thinking about it.
And I mean, you note about housing and about the standard model in the US being I think I'm right, the 30-year mortgage is kind of the standard mortgage product. I think here in the Netherlands, flexible rates are quite more fixed rates.
Yes, absolutely.
So fixed rates are quite common too, but I imagine with shorter
10,
shorter
15,
duration.
An average mortgage, I think, has an average maturity of like 16 years. Of course, that's a little bit endogenous because of the low interest rate period we had for so long that, of course, mortgage holders tended to extend the maturity. So now, lately, it's been coming in a little bit. But still, we have a lot of fixed rate borrowing in the Netherlands, and that has, of course, also mitigated the impact of the monetary tightening, which has been stronger in those areas where there is more variable rate borrowing. But in general, I would say 85% of all financial intermediation in the euro area runs through the banks. So when you look at monetary transmission in the euro area, you have to look at credit. And credit growth has more or less come to a halt. As a consequence, we increased policy rates by 4.5% within 14 months.
I can't get it filled.
Credit growth came to a halt. That was a feature of the policy, not a bug. And credit has been flat for quite a while. And now we're also beginning to see the first signs of life again. Now that there is an anticipation that our next interest rate move will be a reduction of rates. You also see the first signs.
I got rid of some earlier for 270.
In that sense, I think this is more or less how you would expect monetary transmission to take place in the euro area.
And how much of an issue has that been in the US?
The bid will go up as the price drops.
Where capital markets play a far greater role, and
because you're so deep in the money.
For reasons that were never quite clear to myself, the turn of the year, the markets were predicting 6 interest rate cuts by the Fed, and pricing credit off the back of that, and there being quite a big, quite substantial growth in lending and refinancing over the first couple of months of the year. How much more difficult does that really make your task that the banks aren't as big a vehicle?
For what it's worth, it's a minority of intervention, but banks are still important, and particularly for small and medium-sized businesses that don't have capital market access. And credit has been tighter for some time now.
Yeah, I'm starting to cross over on shorter time frames now too. Like the
credit
1 hour
growth has been modest, and that's another sign of tight financial policy. So that's part of the picture. I think the fact that we have capital markets are so important for many consumer loans of various kinds wind up in the capital markets or securitized and are not held by banks. It's just that it's a very healthy credit machine for people, but they're feeling these higher. Those are short-term interest rates. I think that the ones that are longer-term interest rates are the ones where they're not feeling it, and that's really mortgages, and that's companies that have turned out their debt. I think other forms of consumer debt are short-term, And the surveys show that people think it's not a good time to buy durable goods like cars and washing machines, and the reason is it's a floating rate loan at a very high level.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at the banking system as a whole,
is this enough of a pullback to look
we've
for an
seen some
entry
jitters, I
and
think,
deviate?
on both sides of the Atlantic. But on the whole, it seems both systems are relatively stable, despite quite substantial rises in interest rates. Has that surprised you at all? Maybe first to Chair Powell and then to
50 is not too bad. It depends on your holding period.
Not really.
A lot of the
our
net
banks
benefit
are,
of getting in
our
sooner
large
is
banks
the drip.
Strong, well-capitalized,
So
very successful.
take that into
globally.
consideration, right? I think
I think one of the
dividend
reasons
yields
why
here is probably
why
like
the
4 point.
recovery broadly around the world from the pandemic has
4.1%,
been strong
something
as
like
opposed
that.
to the one from the global financial crisis, is that the very large financial institutions came through just fine. The U.S. banking system overall is in good shape. Banks are making loans, as I mentioned. Credit conditions are a bit tight, but that's part of our policy. So I wouldn't say I'm surprised. I think we obviously had a period of turmoil early last year, and we acted pretty quickly to stem the turmoil and also to go to work as a supervisor and make sure that banks had good plans on liquidity, had capital, understood the portfolio losses that they have for longer run securities, and are in a position to understand and manage those.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that if you have such an unprecedented rise in interest rates in such a short period of time, that this constitutes a massive shock to the financial system. So when we were sort of in the process of tightening, of course, this was sort of enhanced monitoring, an area for enhanced monitoring. Now, I think we can say, so far, so good. I entirely agree with Chair Powell that the core of the financial system has held up quite well. And I think this is in part, I think the success of the financial reform agenda that was rolled out after the global financial crisis under the aegis of the Financial Stability Board, which was very much focused about stronger capital, stronger liquidity, stronger risk management at the banks, which were at the core of the financial system. And that has clearly paid off. Now, there have been some idiosyncratic accidents here, the second-tier US banking system, Credit Suisse, but I think there were idiosyncratic factors behind it. The banks that arrived into trouble in the US were not even part of the Basel III arrangement and the financial reform agenda. But I would say so far, so good. The question marks today are much more in the non-bank financial intermediation space, where we have seen a couple of quasi-near-miss accidents, I would say. The Dash for Cash, the LDI, the Archegos, the commodity traders in February 22. So these have all been pockets of vulnerabilities where you saw a combination of excessive liquidity mismatches combined with pockets of hidden leverage that we were unaware of before. And that is now also front and center of the work program of the
GME is getting kind of near the market makers' expected downside move.
The few banking failures.
It doesn't have a lot of support here, but more and more weeklies are coming in at the 50.
If you were to ask
the
me,
majority of
focus
Gamma
is
is
more
still
on the
at the
NBFI
major
space than
strikes
on the
that were
banking
open
space.
yesterday, right?
We'll come back to Credit
And
Suisse, 'cause I
as
know
we
that's
move
a
higher and
topic
higher
that
up
you've
the
spoken about
chain,
quite a bit,
there's
and a
going
few
to
of
be
our
less and
audience
less
have got questions
available
on that.
Gamma
But
until they
non-banks,
open up
would you
strikes,
share
right?
that,
And if they're
the-
slow to
that
open up
sense in
strikes,
which
we're going to
the
kind of
big
run into
lurking
periods
danger
like
in the
this where we
financial
just
system
don't
right now?
have.
I
We
guess
just
I
don't
would
have a
say
ton
it
of
this
support
way.
yet, but I wouldn't say that
in the
I'm
US,
super concerned. If it loses 40, that's
non-bank
probably really bad.
participants by non-banks in lending
chopping
activities,
at
for example,
50
has
is
been
not a
growing
very big deal.
fast. And
As far as beyond goes,
it's a fairly
I mean,
new
it's
thing.
forming a bit of a
and,
head and
in many
shoulders here,
cases,
but it may just
markets,
break
whole
up.
markets are being now taken over, or now majority for non-banks.
There's still plenty
And
of interest.
so
on
our job
beyond
is to,
10,
is to
11,
monitor
12.
that very carefully, because I'll say a couple of things. One, there hasn't been a downturn yet. You worry about very fast
What
growth.
about Upstart? I
in
mean,
anything.
Upstart needs to hold
And it
28, but I think
just
it's
kind of
already
raises
gotten its
financial
like Gamma
stability
Max test.
questions, and you wonder, is it a bubble? What will happen when will it deflate and that kind of
pretty
thing?
close,
And
yeah.
so you want to be watching it carefully. I will say though, it's different.
There's still covering
some
going on.
Some
on
of
it.
the,
I mean, none of them are done with.
We've spent a lot of time
covering
looking
by
at
any
it.
means.
I just
Beyond's
point to a
just
couple
started.
things. One is many of the lending structures are
Upstart
not
looks like
subject
it's
to
still
run
got
in
a
the way
decent
that,
amount of
that banks have
covering going
traditionally
on.
been. The funding
The
tends to be
most
from
since it's
limited
squeezed.
partners who have their
So
investment
it's
locked
got-
up for
it's got
many
some
years,
potential.
and they can't get it out. So as opposed to the danger with a
GME's
bank can be that
tips
all
are
the
kind of
depositors
turning
want their
around
money
a
at the
little
same
bit
time,
here,
and
but
that's
not
the
nearly
traditional
enough to
problem
be
that we've been
indicative
trying to
of
solve with bank
anything.
regulation for
And still
hundreds
less
of
than we
years.
saw yesterday.
But that's,
it
these
opened,
are different. They
I
don't
mean,
have
pullbacks like
runs
this
are
are
responsible.
pretty
Bank
normal
runs or
in a
things
run.
like
You've
that
gotta-
are really
you've gotta
responsible
manage your
for an
positions
awful
to
lot
deal
of the
with that.
problems that happen in one form or another. So the
And the
non-bank
more
financial
volatile the run
sector
gets, the
doesn't
more
have
the
that
more
as much. Another thing is
well, the notionally
ties
larger
between
pullbacks
banks
are
and
going to
the
become,
non-bank
right? I
financial
mean, with
institutions
GME
are
and
substantially
beyond,
growing. So there's
the thing you're
plenty
really
of
looking
monitoring us to do there.
is a
It's not
significant amount of
obvious to
IV
me that
crash.
at this point.
If you see
that it's a net
significant and
loss to financial
persistent
stability,
IV
but I would
crash,
say our jobs
that's a
are
bad
to
sign. That means that
monitor
short
it very
vol is getting a
carefully
handle.
and thoughtfully,
And if they can
understand
start
the implications.
leveraging up that credit, then they
Just
can
to
crush
return to the topic
gamma
of
at
Credit
spot
Suisse, we had a
and
question
force the
submitted
MM to
ahead
start
of the
selling
event.
off their
In your
hedge.
keynote speech at the 7th Annual Conference on European Systemic Risk, you talked about events surrounding Credit Suisse. What can the Foreign Bankers Association, to which we're speaking today, and the Netherlands Bank learn about the collapse of the Swiss lender?
Well, I guess the main thing one can learn about the collapse of Credit Suisse is the huge importance of governance, governance within financial institutions, because it is pretty clear that the events that led to the failure of Credit Suisse were not sort of a classic lack of capital or, let's say, too much credit risk relative to the cap. It was management failures, there was outright fraud, there were misinvestments, there was misbehavior, even at the top of the institution. And if you have a series of governance failures at an institution, it will lead to an erosion of confidence. That erosion of confidence will lead to deposit runs, which, by the way, already took place much earlier than March 23. There was already a significant outflow of deposits also in the fall of 2022. And so
Are we going to enter more SPX
we have to remind
bets?
ourselves,
Those were awesome
it is
earlier.
not only about capital and liquidity. Governance of financial institutions is of utmost importance.
And are there any questions about AT1s?
Thanks, Tycoon. Welcome to Cornichon, man.
Particular instruments that you think can be drawn in the
You're Lisa
in the
Al
Dutch
Gaib
context?
for
Yeah,
willingly
of course, there
sharing
was a
your
case,
knowledge along this
where,
journey.
AT1s have been
Happy to
completely
help.
written down. So I think it behooves us to look a little bit deeper into this issue.
I mean, Tup's got some
Why
pretty serious
AT1s
short
were
interest.
drawn
It
down,
fucking ran
whereas
hard as
equity
shit.
was not fully written off.
Like, it's
This was,
probably-
by the way,
It's
completely
probably
in line,
the one
with
most
the
comparable to
contractual
GME or AMC.
provisions of the AT1. There was just that not all investors had really
It's up like
read the
141%
contractual
from
provisions,
its low.
so they pretended they were
I think this
surprised by
morning it hit
But I
like
think, from every case,
170%.
I think we should try to draw some lessons. But in this case, at least it allowed the authorities to write
hate
down
you,
16
that
billion
is all.
Swiss
Thanks,
francs,
Rims and Sims.
which was helpful.
How are your
to,
Beyond calls
to
doing?
generate the interest of UBS to actually take over.
Wouldn't GoEV do
And
anything?
that's turning back to you,
I
Chair.
mean,
We've got a very nice
my
question here
shitty
from
$3
Rojan
calls are kinda
from
up a bit.
ICBC, who asks,
20%
During
gains.
COVID, the Federal Reserve applied high levels
Ballin'.
of monetary stimulus to further raise asset prices and support growth. Bloomberg called you Wall Street's head of state as a reflection of how strong your actions were on asset prices and how
Not anymore.
profitable your actions were for Wall Street. How does that make you feel, and how do you look back at this with the benefit of hindsight?
It makes no point of contact with the way I remember those days, so whatsoever. So I would just say this: if you put yourself in the place where we were in March of 2020, no one knew how long it would take to have vaccines. No one knew whether millions of people were going to die fairly quickly. or how long the economy would remain closed, or
Beyond
even
just
it'd be possible
broke
to
out of
reopen the economy if
Head
we
and
had to be
Shoulders,
closed for
which
a year.
is
What would that
insanely
look like? So
bullish.
I think it was so uncertain that I came to the view, and my colleagues did too, that we really needed to use our tools in ways that we hadn't before. Because I would never have been, if things didn't work out, I didn't want to, if we had to go through a really deep, lengthy downturn, I would not want to have to explain why we didn't do that. So we did, and what happened is we announced these
Are they a little too
aggressive,
loud?
vigorous programs to support markets that we had never had to support before, the municipal market, corporate debt, these were red lines that we said we'd never cross. But the thing is, when we made the announcements, the markets healed themselves. So we made very, very few loans. We had something like $6 trillion in lending capacity. So the announcement effects of the things that we did, it really worked this time. So I think broadly speaking, that the initial response was very successful and involved ultimately very, very little in the way of actual lending, a lot of announcements. Then the story goes on, and you have the reopening and the inflation, and we're still living through that. I think we'll have to judge that from a greater distance.
Anything you'd do differently in retrospect?
There's nothing I would do differently in the initial response. I think we did very well, and I think that the world continues to benefit from the strong response that we took, and we really avoided an awful lot of a bad tail risk there that could well have come due. Again, I would say on inflation, when inflation kind of unexpectedly arose.
Thank you, regards, Kiki.
First quarter of
hit that like, people. This man is still rock solid here for us, never disappeared, and always providing community. 1,664 watching, 354 likes. Come on. I appreciate it.
About it in a completely different
Thanks,
way
Kiki.
now. I think 2-3 years from now we'll be doing the same. So I don't want to try to learn lessons, in the middle of the story.
Sure. I think that's very fair. And another question here that's just been submitted from
Disliked
Andrea,
after your
who
12%
asks,
gains on
is
GoEV?
Chairman Powell
That's the most money you've ever
confident over the
made.
degree of independence of the Federal Reserve in relation to the executive branch of government? Do you think you have the powers that you need to defend your independence?
Yes, without question, I do. I think when I talk to elected representatives in both political parties in the House and the
Are they
Senate.
trying to
and I
short
think,
the $10
there's
call?
very strong support on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of Capitol Hill, for an
Greedy.
independent Fed. I think people do understand that we're just there to do our job on a non-political, non-partisan basis. Nobody's perfect. Everyone makes mistakes, but the Fed is doing the absolute best we can with the tools that we have and the understanding of the economy that we have. I think that is very broad.
They're fighting back so hard against the tips
Capitol Hill. So
on,
I'm less worried
on
about
Upstart
that
here,
than
or Beyond.
the sort of things that have been in the press lately might suggest.
This is the 1 hour.
The same question to you.
A little bit more impactful on the
ECB's
intraday.
Independence is well enough enshrined?
Oh yes, I think the ECB has one of the strongest statutory independencies of
HBM did
maybe all
so
central
well.
banks in the world.
I know.
And I just, let's zoom out just for one moment. I mean, this inflation shock that we had. If you
It's
compare
kind of
it to the
fucking
previous
awesome that it's up like
inflation shock of
more
the
than
same magnitude,
100%
which was the
from
1970s,
where we bought
when we
in.
didn't have independent central banks. The main difference why I think now we have a credible prospect of getting the problem under control within, let's say, 3 or 4 years, while in the 1970s it took 10, 12 years, and the disinflation was so much more painful.
You told me you wanted
The
me to
sacrifice
save the
ratios were
market,
so much
Popcorn.
higher unemployment, etc.
You said the market
big
can't
difference
crash
is
until
central
my
bank
deal
activity.
is signed, and now you're
During this
bitching about it.
Huge inflation wave.
That's
Inflation
not fair.
expectations continued to be well anchored. They never drifted away from 2%. This is so different to the 1970s. And why were inflation expectations so much better anchored this time around?
HBM share position is up
You can have a debate about
133%. Thanks,
But I would
Pooa.
posit that
Papa?
a higher degree of central bank independence is clearly an integral part of that story. So this is a very tangible way
No,
in
just
which
a
we
man
can
of
show to
principles.
society the
They're
benefits of
distorted and
having
weird,
independent
but I
monetary policymaking.
stick to them. All right.
Would there be anything that you'd like to add to that on the case for central bank independence?
Yeah, well, I
If
think
PPI is how,
Chris,
why are
said it very
yields
well.
down, hot?
I think in the United States, we don't have
Yields are trying to go up.
quite the constitutional, I think, support that you have for it. It's a statutory arrangement. It's an institutional arrangement that has benefited the public. And that's all it is. Congress can change it any time they want. It would take Congress to change it, though. There's nothing the executive can do. Again, I don't think that's likely, but as long as what we're doing is keeping our heads down, working on the things we're supposed to be working on, doing our absolute best, and explaining ourselves as best we can, acknowledging mistakes, and going forward, and that we will have the faith in our independence that we need, and I think we do have that now, and I'm determined that we'll continue to have it.
And I think that's a very suitable note to end this discussion on. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Foreign Bankers Association for putting
Careful
on this wonderful
long
event.
SPX.
The
Bulls don't
organisers,
really
Richard
have
and
an edge
Maxine,
here.
at Cognito Media, our audience here, and many of you joining online, and of course our panelists. Both of you have been superb. Thank you for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
That was actually like a decent panel, at least. They talked about a lot of shit. Why up on SPX? I mean, they're grinding it up, but supportive from a supportive standpoint, they don't have a lot of leverage. There's a lot of short calls out of the money, and most if not all of the in the money calls have been collapsing pretty rapidly. So we're holding up. They're aggressively shorting vol, but holding up and running more are two very different things. Alright, I've been here for freaking ever. Today I'm rescuing ports. Thanks to Gherkin. You the man. Thanks for everything as always. Goat. Thank you so much, man. William Daniels, welcome to Dillionaire, dude. And a Dillionaire song for that other guy I missed during the meeting. I appreciate the support, guys. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Gravy building support for a cross of 3, and people aren't not selling puts on it at a 30% yield. Hello from your 3rd ever subscriber. Welcome back, Peeler. It's been a while, man. DV tweet another GME halt. Yeah, GME's not dead yet. That was it. That was it for JPAS panel. They ended it. I don't know if he's speaking more, but at this point I don't think he could fucking mince his words any more than he already has. Can we get real-time ETF shorting data? No. No. Not unless you're an active participant. Ryan Cullen, welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. I'm up 100k today, man. Thank you so much for Beyond. Yeah, Beyond's been pretty fucking sweet. I needed to hit like 11 so I can close out my put leaps, but like the short puts. But the synth longs are killing it. Even the shitty like June calls are doing really well. Nice, man. Yeah, just remember to scale back. Don't be greedy, you know. Take profits over time, not all at once. I want to be up 100k. You still have your GME, right? What's the thesis on HBM? A long time ago, it was that China would start to stockpile copper in large quantities, and I felt that HBM had leveraged exposure to it. I have the write-up on Pickles Picks. You can just use the search function and go back and find it. It was a while ago. So far, that's proven to be true. So it's done really well. ETF FTD runs on GME back on the table. We're definitely going to generate some fucking FTDs on the backside of this shit. Christine Lagarde's Moascot, welcome back. Thank you for choosing the weirdest of all of the membership levels. Position here in the money GME debit spreads wildly mispriced. They are. I had to get rid of like 100 of them today. It was not easy. But I mean, plenty of profit, right? It's better than it's still better than buying calls at the money for $8 a pop. Starlight, welcome back. Thank you so much. Was MOASS break even all along? Quite possibly. I mean, if I still had GME shares right now, I would be looking to sell deeper in the money covered calls and kill my cost basis. I mean, that's what March of 2022 really did for my GME position, right? Was that I got to sell calls $50 fucking in the money, which was dope. Took some balls, but it was worth it. Freaking stock god, thanks for all you do, Gherkin. Fuck all the pores. I hate watching. Hate watching. Don't forget to take profits, pores. Thank you, Castellasaurus. I appreciate it, man. Predictions for Beyond Movement the next few days. Still looks pretty good. Tips are just crossing, right? So the run on it should just be kicking off. Force covering on Reg Show begins tomorrow. It's got 41% reported short position. A lot of that's going to be from post earnings. I think about 20% of it accumulated post quarter four earnings. So some of that's sensitive to being squeezed out. Probably not all of it, but a little bit of it. Pickle here for 35, and I couldn't be more thankful. I'm extremely humbled by your knowledge. You turned a pure poor pickle into a prince. My now wife and I thank you. I love you lots. Thank you, Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. That's awesome, man. I'm really glad to hear it. Is Beyond the nummiest? It's nummy. I mean, it's got a decent chunk of short interest. It's got forced covering. It's got short vol squeezing off, right? It's got all the things we want to see. Still a fairly small float. Remember, though, they do have a open shelf offer for quite a lot of shares. And that is a potential risk on the upside move. Now, they've had that shelf offer for like 2 years, and they've never done shit with it, but they could probably use a bit of money. Lots time, first time. Does it ever dawn on you how much money you've helped people make? Ooh, love, man. Thank you for everything. I don't know. I don't think about it a lot. Sometimes I do. It's definitely the most awesome part of the job. Rims and Tims, are you forgiving me right now? Is this forgiveness? Thank you for making Zakir Cornichon. He really needed that. The rest of you, give Rims and Tims a shout out for hooking you up. And welcome aboard. TOS is trash. How did Gert get a fill at 37 cents on Beyond 15C, and I couldn't at 0.4? Part of that might be that I got a fill at 36 cents on 6 of them, and a fill at 38 cents on 4 of them. You're someone who found a way to make money, and you shared it with a bunch of strangers. You're more generous than anyone can give you credit. Thanks for helping my finances. I mean it, truly. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I'm really happy for you guys. I made money, Gherks. Mostly ate a lot of things I wasn't supposed to, but this is good for my enrichment. I'm offering 30 cents for a GME 57 weekly. I'm waiting for Bipolar Bear to fill my order. Pickle Jar making money. Memes running. Gherk smug as a motherfucker. What a time to be alive. I've been informed by other people in the project just now. Now is be as good a time as any to say this. We are currently in the process of building out a data platform for retail and for options traders. We are going to make it available in a limited run to pigeon whales as a beta test group, and then we are going to open it to the public. It's very much still in the works, but it'll have all of the things we use, and it will be transparent. Not like the rest of the options data services that are bullshit. Not a bunch of useless information you can't do anything with. Chill. Yeah, I know. Way to steal the thunder from my OnlyFans release. When? Over the next few months. Did your data platform predict the GME run? If I'd paid attention to it, yes. I was just like, wow, that's a lot of soul puts. No, not. I mean, just the beta run's going to be open to the pigeon whales because we have to select a specific group, and the only way to do that is to be like, to choose one of them, and the pigeon whales have supported all this bullshit for so long. It seems like the one thing I could actually give them, given that they pay $100 a month for Dillionaire. Also, blood in, blood out. And the pigeon whales that have abandoned me can get fucked. I'm still a pigeon whale. I didn't paper hand my membership. They pay $100 a month for Dillionaire. It's the funniest shit. What about Pontiff? Pontiffs get free access for life. Is there a record date to be a pigeon whale to be included in beta testing? I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead. Cuckoo pores. Well done, Castellosaurus. Why is Beyond Price not moving with IV? They're trying to short the $11 and $12 strikes right now. The out of the money strikes. We're getting a little bit of IV crush, even though the price is moving up. That might not last, especially if the $10 calls squeeze out. I never left. You played with my heart an awful lot. Who ate my hat? Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. First Pontiff gets Dork's mug. Accelerating wealth and equality. It's just a beta. Welcome back to Pigeonwell, man. Thank you so much, man. Can you give us a time frame on when SPX could sell off a bit? Maybe. Give me a minute. Delta's pretty positive. Short calls are coming in now. I would confirm a rejection probably over the next like 20 minutes. And then that might have some legs if it fails 30. They're shorting vol really, really hard. Potato Tom, thank you so much. I don't have enough songs to play for all you guys. Hold on. The announcement is there's some, like, I can be green or VUP or something. Okay. It's exciting, but it's not done yet. We're still working on it. But you guys have seen some sneak peeks, I think, on the Discord. And if you haven't, look a little harder. Yeah, it looks hot. I hope so. Do we still drink the red away? I mean, it's not really red. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. And welcome back. Dale G. Dixon, welcome to Pigeon Whale, man. Thank you so much. If any of you guys need to hit me up on the Discord, I can help you get hooked up with your memberships. Thank you. Thanks for being the soundtrack to the most idiotic yet profitable 2.5-ish years of my financial life. No problem, man. Any general thoughts on the J-Pow speech and the market reaction to hot PPI? I think J-Pow is a big cuck. PPI is hot as fuck. Short vol, I think, is going to try to bail out. But they'll wait for CPI to confirm, right? Right now they have support from the MM. We're above gamma neutral. So whatever short vol positions they're able to pull back here, the market maker is going to eat their bags. So this is probably the most advantageous price range they can get to in order to ensure that that they can de-risk effectively without burning themselves. If we fall below gamma neutral and they still need to de-risk more, they'll be fucked. Farmville? What the fuck? Dude, did you just take out a HELOC to get Pigeon Whale? Thank you so much, dude. You crazy son of a bitch. All right. We're doing this. Thank you, Angel Fire. Ko-Fi is not working / popping up. Oh, hold on, I see it in the chat. All you FOMO pigeon whales, blood in, blood out. Thank you so much, man. Farmville became a pigeon whale? I assume that he had far out of the money calls on something that printed. But he also has a gambling addiction, so it could be either one. Is this part of the pigeon whale breeding program? Apparently. Dork, we're gonna have to open up some more beta spaces. Sorry. Can someone catching up on the data platforms? Me and the quants are building out all the data that we use for our analysis, and we're going to make that available to retail. So Greeks, all of the Greeks by strike. There's gonna be a bunch of stuff. We'll go into more details down the road, but need devs for the data platform. I'm a dev. We might. Hit me up. We don't know yet. Just trying to figure. We're still trying to figure out the data costs and the users and everything. Don't worry, Gherkin. We'll be able to get your platform on J-Roll's Discord for twice the cost. Oh, J-Roll can't do the math. Neither can his little buddy. Do you have Greeks for Tesla? Yeah. Delta neutral's 172.59, gamma neutral's 177.79, gamma max 214, Vega neutral 166. Gamma on it flipped just a little bit above positive last night, but Delta's still really negative. The bought calls have been picking up a little bit. There's a lot of shorts on Tesla. I'm actually surprised Tesla's not doing kind of a squeezy thing right now, but it's just above gamma neutral today. I sent you a Ko-Fi. Did it pop up? Why isn't the Ko-Fi thing working? Thank you for everything you've done for us. Second, if we have hot CPI tomorrow, how will that affect beyond? Will it fall back below 8? It could be detrimental. It depends on how much covering needs to be done. I mean, I would be careful. It's a big macro data point. And Beyond has a lot of exposure to R2K. So, especially as its market cap increases, right? I think it's still fairly low right now and probably not too much of a concern. Like its market cap's at like 600 million, but yeah, it could have an effect. Why? You think there's more money in it than using it? No, because we want more data. I think the alpha and it's consistent and definitely can help with not only building strategies, but there's strategies that can just be built off the data itself, and managing risk, right? But I think mostly we've decided that we already give this shit to everyone. So making it all available in one place, and then that allows us to get access to even more data that otherwise we couldn't afford and build out the infrastructure for that data seems worth it. And so, I mean, for us, it's kind of just like a nerdy thing. Like we just want more data. And we can get, access to things like market and like prime research reports and stuff like that. And build that out, right? And that's fucking awesome. Retail doesn't have anything like that. Not even fucking close. And if that means giving up a little alpha in order to make that happen, I think it's worthwhile. Yigs, welcome back to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much, man. GFLO, you too, dude. I re-deleted the PM to escape the insufferable pores chat. Can you bump Pickles on parade again? Yeah, give me a minute. How much more range do you see for Beyond? I mean, if it can break above these $10 calls, it can hit Gamma Max. So that gives it about another $1.30. If it breaks Gamma Max, 15-20% from there, which could be like $12 to $13. And then you have the question of if it's gonna start squeezing off some of the short positions that are on it. Just checking in to see how you're feeling. Gherkin is missing $10 million profit after holding GME for 3 years. Exciting. No need to mention it could very well break higher. I believe for a lot of pores follow you selling CCs, they missed their shot. What a shame. To what? Break even? What a fucking moron. How many hand shandies per month do you require to subscribe to this? I have no idea. Thank you for becoming a billionaire. Christine Lagarde's MOASS got. Do not reuse passwords. What are you on about? For what? Can you open source the data platform code? I don't know. Probably not. Some things maybe, but that would be way down the road. Thank you so much, Arthur. You can't have this many pigeon whales in the air. It's a hazard. They're very tiny. Like, they're pigeon-sized, whale-shaped. Is JFresh the one who did the math? He did some of the math. And then Dork did math. And then they spend a lot of time arguing over who does math better. I will say that Dork's Gamma Max on Beyond for today was FUD. And JFresh's was bullish as fuck. My math is better. No need that member upgrade song, Pickle Man. Does Pontiff get open access to your body or data or both? Both. What if we're whale-sized pigeons? That would be frightening. It's like a giant dinosaur. Do we get to choose whose math we want? No. What is even GM for GME at this point? Do you see it test June 2021 highs, or is it unlikely? We'll see. I don't like that it's stagnating right now, but we have to wait till the end of day when IV starts to pick up again and see if we squeeze off more short calls. I think GME still has room to run, but the upside of the chain is kind of limiting its ability to go higher. As they open more and more strikes, that should change. It could. I mean, what even is? But and in answer to your question about GM for GME, it's super fucked up. Like the whole chain's blown out, and many of the strikes with the highest interest are very deep in the money, like the $15 strike, for instance. So, you know, there's a significant amount of spread between the major strikes, which makes pinning down any one neutral point very, very difficult. But I would say that its Gamma Max is probably somewhere around like 30 to 40 in that range, because that's currently where like the highest interest near the top of the chain is. We're still trading way above that. Are the calf picks in the pigeon whale chat? They're in the Discord. Would you rather fight 100 pigeon-sized whales or one whale-sized pigeon? Pigeon-sized whales. Downs and beyond just following the market, not gonna matter. I mean, so far it's just following the market, but if the market keeps dropping, it might matter. $15 strikes, where my GME cover calls are hanging out. RIP. You can roll them. 15 dollars strikes, where my GME cover calls are hanging out. RIP. You can roll them. 15 dollars strikes, where my GME cover calls are hanging out. RIP. You can roll them. 15 dollars strikes, where my GME cover calls are hanging out. RIP. You can roll them. 15 dollars strikes, where my GME cover calls are hanging out. RIP. You can roll them. 15 dollars strikes, where my GME cover calls are hanging out. RIP. You can roll them. 15 dollars strikes, where my GME cover calls are hanging out. RIP. You can roll them. 15 dollars strikes, where my GME cover calls are hanging out. RIP. You can roll them. 15 dollars strikes, where my GME cover calls are hanging out. RIP. You can roll them. 15 dollars strikes, where my GME cover calls are hanging out. RIP. You can roll them. 15 dollars strikes, where my GME cover calls are hanging out. RIP. and hope the price falls in the future. What could your data platform possibly tell me that my printouts of Yahoo Finance charts can't? Are you talking about the ones that you hand draw? Nothing. Those are the best technical analysis available to any market participant. Yeah, it's... Is this a bad time to say I quit? Yeah, it is, actually. You can't. I'll make Dork come live with you. I'll stay. Wait, you know about the hand-drawn ones? Yes. Yes, I do. If GoEV pumps, my GME salt will dissolve. It's trying. Uh, it's really fully on the struggle bus, but if it breaks the $3 call wall, it can move. Did you quit when you pooped in the pool? No, you kept on pooping. Well, look at that. Thank God for Adabit's House of Card DD. You have to admit that GoEV pushing while off reg show is impressive. I mean, they may have needed to get it off reg show in order to clear out their fails. Remember, the scrutiny that reg show brings is not always to the benefit of the positions that are underwater, right? I banned myself from Chili's? I haven't been there in years. You're not missing anything. Seems like volume slowed down quite a bit on GME. Well, it has, yeah. And that could be indicative of something. I will say we're seeing a bit of shorting come in on the XRT side. There's definitely a little bit of an attempt to crush vol out here. How's Upstart looking? Still topping out at 32-ish. I think it looks pretty good. And no, it looks like it's covering, still getting quite a lot of covering. I wouldn't say it's topping out yet, and Gamma Max can move up. I think it doesn't have a lot of focus, which is something it benefited from more on its last run, is that there was a shitload of options buyers, and this time, not so many. But it's not too bad. Lawrence of Arabia. When it comes to rolling CCs and prices gapping up overnight like this, how much patience should be used? 31 DTE 15 CCs can only be rolled to $10 leaps. Maybe better to roll once IV crush of a pullback towards GM. Could be, yeah. I mean, if you're going in the money, it doesn't fucking matter, right? I went to a Torchy's for the first time in a decade since moving to Texas. Not bad. Velvet Taco is slightly better. Local stuff, even better. What the fuck is Torchy's? Are these just like Tex-Mex restaurants? I like Velvet Taco. That's a great name. So if GME stays above 40 at close, maybe re-enter debit spreads for overnight action. That's kind of what I'm thinking I might do. That last DFV tweet was funny. Fuck around and find out. I know you said if GameStop insiders sell, it means a share offering's coming, but in this case, it might mean they want some money while it's handed to them. Possibly. I think Cohen would be remiss to not do a share offering at some point during this. The company is massively overvalued currently, and they need the money. Even if they're just going to stick it in treasuries, at least the yield will be better. I mean, he has a choice, right? Let the shorts sneak their way out again, or just give them the liquidity they need for an extra $1 billion or $2 billion. And he'd be much better set to build out some sort of revenue stream with more money. Not that he ever would, but my personal feelings about Cohen have nothing to do with good best practice. Is DFE just messing around, or does he know something? I mean, I think he knows he fucking triggered a squeeze on the $20 and $25 short vol position. I think he's hoping he can trigger a squeeze on the $50 and $60 short vol position that's building right now. I set a limit sell for most of my Jimmy. Guys, this hurts a little. Need to cope with some PLBs. No, you don't need more parking lot berries, okay? Does DV know something broader? All these memes are squeezing. I mean, he might realize that it's indicative of a market crash, or he's possibly playing the reconstitution of the R2K, which may have a lot to do with this. Buying short-term treasuries with shelf offerings is RC's only revenue stream strategy. Well, you know, more treasuries the better then, right? 5% a year on $3 billion is better than 5% a year on $1 billion. I mean, I always said that if GME goes back on R2K, it's gonna fucking blow up. And if it might be, I mean, correlation between IWM and GME has been picking up a lot. Ugh, I don't like this distributive shit on Beyond here. Are they turning this around at all? Not really. Peep go EV. Yeah, it's starting to pressure $3. It's gooning. Everything's gooning today because the market's weak. Luke Story, welcome to Cornichon, man. Thank you so much. Bearish on SPX. I re-entered a 52.25p. I was earlier when I drew the little line and I was like, look, it's failing 30. But I'm not now. I may keep dropping. I keep scratching all the candle wax off the pews and interrupting mass. I see his way and go synth long TLT. Genius move. Beyond's looking kind of bad. I'm not trying to overthink it, but you know, I mean, I don't like the vol crush and the distributive price action, but it doesn't look bad. I mean, on the 1 minute, okay, but here, right, it's just a little, like a little breakdown. Can SPX break 20? That would be pretty bearish if it did. What did you promise people? Nothing. When will the MMs open new strike prices? They were opening them last night, and they opened more today, I think. When RC announces a new market based on the NFT marketplace where hedgies can't disappear obligations, you're gonna feel really silly. No, I'm not. Is there any thesis out there as to why GME ran? I'm not saying retail FOMO from X-Post wasn't a catalyst, but that much of a... No. Retail had nothing to do with why it started running. They were not the catalyst. They just catalyzed a continuation in the run, right? The catalyst was a metric fuck ton of sold puts that was definitely institutional that came in on May 2nd. And it was huge. A huge move in short puts. Like I think short put delta like quintupled overnight. Sounds like Rentec. Yeah, it does. But we won't know until the 13Fs are out, right? But remember in the June run, Rentec fucking levered up the R2K move also back in 2021. Yeah, no problem, Jedward. How could you miss that? I didn't. I posted in the Discord that night. GME looks bullish as fuck. I didn't look at it till 3 in the morning, but I still posted it. I let everyone know. Eight days before Jim Simons died. Yeah. Maybe his last hurrah. Squeeze all the shorts, I'm gonna die anyway. You mentioned that Shortville wanted to confirm hot CPI. Then what? What's the bullish narrative for hot CPI if you have hot PPI with it? Thanks for everything. I don't think there is one. But I think if they need to de-risk, they need to do it up here. And that's a lot of what this price action looks like, right? If we go out... Oh, sorry, hold on. This we want here, this we want. If we go out on the 1 hour... Like, ever since we crossed back above gamma neutral, right? We've just been seeing short vol de-risk, and Vega exposure is dropped in line with that. So, I think short vol is going to try to get out. We're not getting higher highs, right? I mean, it's not a good look. It's now about time to tell you I was calculating the wrong thing on the new stuff. No, it's okay. When should you consult a doctor if you have a hot PPI with a hot CPI? When it burns to pee. Or when you get charged to use the bathroom. If GME continues to squeeze, when and where peak? That's hard to say. I mean, maybe day by day I can get like a handle on price targets, but not over the long run. It really depends on how many levels of short calls we can keep squeezing out, right? Like, we're still holding above 40 and 34 right now, and those haven't even really squeezed off. The market makers hedged a bunch of it, but they haven't given up or closed. There's short calls at 50, 55, and 60 now too. And if we push up through those, it just keeps going. Every time short vol tries to establish a position, if it gets squeezed out, we're gonna move higher. And that'll either break at the point at which institutions are no longer willing to pay the premium for out of the money calls, or retail's no longer willing to pay those premiums. What drove the short puts? If it's a share recall, then why? Because they can sell the calls and exercise them to get the synthetic liquidity needed to satisfy the demand from the ETFs. So you sell a bunch of puts, buy a bunch of calls, you go synth long, you close the put, exercise the call. Now those shares are the MM's problem and not yours. Go EV, $3. Nice. Oh yeah, look at that. Just testing it, but that's pretty cool. Go EV's tips are still pretty far apart. Out of pure nerdy curiosity, since DFE's rich, are there any S-tier data packages you think he paid for to help him time this? I don't know. I mean, he came in at like the middle of the run, right? I mean, that's the thing about GME runs. You don't really need to time them. You can just wait until the price goes over the sold calls and then go long. Right? I think timing them is the mistake that everyone thinks everyone makes, thinking that they need to be early. And part of that's driven by wanting to buy discounted options, right? But when you're rich, you don't need to buy discounted options. You can just buy at the money calls, no matter what the underlying's trading at, right? Like Jimmy had already run a fairly significant amount when DFE popped in, so I'm not sure he predicted it, more that he just saw where it was going once it started moving. Yeah, he saw the volume and then got on board. Who is that has 98 May 17th 15 Cs that keeps posting on the Pickle subreddit? They're up 443K. I don't know who he is, but a bunch of people were like, I think this post is bullshit in my DMs. So I asked him to give me the time and sales from his broker for the options purchase, and he didn't. But I don't know. It's probably legit. They don't look like they're like photoshopped or anything. Or he sold the puts? No. He doesn't have that much money. I mean, like if you go back and look at like the member stream from like the 2 weeks prior to the run, I was like, there's more sold puts on GME. It might run a little bit, but like there was no indication that it was going to do anything like this, right? Like we were kind of getting up to the time frame at which we usually get like a little pop, right? And Gamma Max was at like $12, so it didn't look like we were going to get anything special. And then on May 2nd, we got just a massive dump of short puts, and then the following day we got more. Those started to bleed off until DFE tweeted, and then they picked right back up again. So short vol would have crushed this at like 20, 25. Like when we stagnated out at $17 before DFE tweeted, that would have been it. That would have been the whole run. They were positioned pretty well at 20 and 25, and Ivy was crushing. But then DFE tweeted over the weekend, and retail blew up the short calls. I think he fucking knew that we were topping out on the run. And nothing's worse for short vol than people buying fuck tons of out of the money calls right when they're getting in a position to short it back down. But only him or Cohen would ever have the power to do that, right? To move retail in those numbers. Upstart going to 40? Yeah, I mean, Gamma Max could move up. I think it's going to run into a bit of a problem with liquidity if it gets above like 32 to 35. SPX chopping today while they position for tomorrow. I think they need to hold 52.20 today. If they lose 52.20, there's no downside support. Yeah, GoEV's trying to break 30. Or 3. Sorry. I just wonder how many fucking calls DFE buys before making a tweet like that. A bunch? I mean, if I were him, I could tell you a lot. I would buy a lot. Thoughts on SLD this week? We're above GN, so some of the impact from any necessary margin selling would be absorbed by the MM. Additionally, volatility is extremely low still, so unless we get a spike in vol over the next 3 days, which we could from CPI tomorrow very easily, then they can probably at least stabilize between like 52.20 and 51.80 for SLD. If CPI is really bad, though, we could lose 51.80 and just keep falling. We could fall all the way back to 5,000 pretty quick. There's basically no downside support on the chain, and the out of the money calls are becoming sold very heavily. What other meme do you think's most primed to run outside of Beyond? I mean, I like GoEV a lot. Tup was kind of a shocker. I definitely didn't expect it to run as hard as it did. Maybe Riley? B. Riley? That one's in a kind of an interesting spot. Fubo's got a lot of shorts on it, but they're not in any danger of getting squeezed out currently. Are we DFV's exit liquidity? Eh. Is the next ETF FTD period for GME likely to be spicy? I would imagine that this run is going to generate a metric fuck ton of FTDs. That's what options, especially ones that go in the money, do. And then if people exercise those options, it's even more likely that we see a large number of FTDs. So it's possible. It's enough to get it on Reg Show, maybe not, but if GME got on Reg Show, that'd be fucking sick. Would you average down your Vega SPX plays here? I have SEP 30, 4500p. They're only down 8%. I've been adding to my September Vegas. I'm trying to do it while VIX 3-month is under 15. The only problem I have with Riley is it just had a bunch of covering, so it may not get a lot more. But I would say that that's one of the ones that I've been keeping an eye on. For Citadel, do you think they lost money on the GME run? Whatever they lose, they'll make back. This is a metric fuck ton of volatility to sell, and they will get a handle on it eventually. And when they do, they'll make all that money back and then some. I don't know if DFE is bringing back FTD and OPEX runs, but if we get moved to the Russell 2000, they're just going to be back. GME can't. So the benefit over the last 2 years of GME being on the Russell 1000 is that nobody gives a fuck about mid caps. Active fund flows are minute. Small cap active fund flows and active fund flows from IWM, however, are huge. And large amounts of active fund flows mean more FTDs, means more volatility, and it means better chances of actually seeing a run. Turdferg, welcome to Cornishan. You've given me money. This changes everything about our relationship. Wilson, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you, Turd. Thank you, Wilson. If you guys need to hit me up on the Discord to get added to the country club, I'll get you after the stream. Just hit me up.
Get the cash in advance cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the D&D cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY please cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Thoughts on shorting Netflix here? Okay, yeah, so I really want to too, but I'm trying to be patient with it. Calls have been falling off a bit, but it's pretty close to Gamma Max. It gets a lot more bearish if it fails 580. So maybe 600's where to look for confirmation, right? Like that's definitely one you want to confirm because you don't want to get caught in chop on Netflix. It gets ugly fast. Will you have to alter the tips from being an R2K? If we move, yeah, I'll have to fix it. Or me and Dork will have to figure out how to fix it. Was he just talking about Riley just now? Yeah. DFV says he needs our help. Alright. I mean, I'm not gonna say no. Actually, you know what? Let's get more bullish. Hmm. Oh, Jesus, no one's buying those. That's problematic. Beyond's testing 10 again. Navy Nuke, welcome to Cornichon. I actually didn't sell a bunch of Riley 35Cs that expire on Friday. They're going to 50, so hodl them, right? That's on BIG. I looked into that a little bit. Kirk's GME Options Fund, the second best fund after the Perm one. Thank you so much, man. AMC crashing. How hard? Are they issuing shares? Hmm. Interesting. Yes, they're going to issue shares announced this morning. Oh, okay. Of course they are. So you're looking primed and lagging behind the rest of the memes. Is Syria meme stock? That's a tough one. I don't think I want to fight every prime lender in the world for their arbitrage. I don't think it's probably not worth it. Let me look at Siri. Gamma Max is at 15. Short calls aren't picking up, but calls have picked up. God, there's no fucking delta on the chain. Gamma's still negative. Vega exposure is starting to turn positive. Look at BIG. Oh, a nice little run. I don't know if it could sustain one. It's got a small float, but there's problems with that. I know, what's his face? Burry is long, BIG. I have Siri $5 2026. Man, I had the $5 leap last time and it took forever to print. Any clue why cost follows GME so closely? Sympathy? I think there's still like one ETF that they're both tied to, but I'm not entirely sure. Give me one second. Alright. The world feels like a better place when meme stocks are going nuts. Thanks, Daddy. No problem. That's on costs during this period. Given the small float, I don't like playing costs. I never have. It gets rug pulled too fast. And it's shares. But fuck that. Beyond gonna get weird. Call prices are bumping. Maybe. If it breaks 10, it's still struggling a little bit with that. We're getting closer. We seem to be finding support to keep pushing it, so. Sony missed earnings, but they're doing a 5-for-1 stock split and a buyback. That's the way. If there are a few GME short calls above 50 to squeeze, is this run pretty much done? There's short calls at 50, and they're building to the upside. Like, short vol is going to keep trying to come in and get the price down in order to save their underwater short calls, right? They're not going to give up. And this is largely what we experienced in 2021, right? Is that, you know, they kept trying to short vol down, retail kept buying the dip, they kept squeezing out over and over and over again, right? Short call sellers always come back in. Look at Nvidia the past year. That's because high volatility is mean reverting. It's good alpha. Everyone wants a piece. I sold GME calls way too early, but my beyond position 10x today. So yay. Alright. Lemur go hiss hiss. Thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishan. Appreciate it. Hit me up on the... you don't need to. Give Lemur a shout out for hooking you up, though. It's meme spirited. How's Farmville going to use the new data platform if he spends his entire port on Pigeon Whale membership dues? I have no idea. That's for Farmville and his budget to figure out. I assume he'll start renting out portions of his home to heroin addicts. I don't even know if they'd want to live there. Junior De La Cruz, welcome to Cornishan, man. Thank you so much. How many days did it take for short vol to get GME under control last time? I can't look back right now. Back in December, which was the last time we had any kind of significant run that blew off any liquidity. It was about, let's see. Before short vol got a good grip on things. It was about 14 days. That's not trading days, however. Give me 1 second. I can tell you how many trading days it was. It was about 32 days. They actually got, in December, they got squeezed out a little bit too, but it wasn't nearly as dramatic. I don't think your GME spreads are gonna fill at $1. They might. The bid's like 95 cents, so. Ugh, I kind of bumped up. Bid's $1 now. Okay, I'll move it up. Maybe I'll try like 120. Oh, another failure to break 10 for beyond. I guess we really want to break 1030 where we gapped up to earlier. son of a bitch, you missed me joining Cornishon. I'm sorry. Welcome to Cornishon, Grey Pubes. I'm thinking of selling shares out from under my underwater GME calls. I'm 60 DTE. Is that a terrible idea? I would be careful with it. Are you going to hedge off your upside risk in any way? If you are, that could be worthwhile. I think most people don't have the margin to support that. What's up, Draxix? Greeks for dummies. They didn't vigor the condom. Delta's the size of the penis. When delta move is big enough, the condom doesn't save your asshole. Gamma is how fast it goes in, and rho is the cuck watching. Not involved. Actually, that's fucking phenomenal. Well done. Are we just trading between 52.20 and 25 for the rest of the day? Iron Condors. We could still lose 20. And if we did lose 20, that would be immensely bearish. I'm not sure a Condor is the right choice here. At least not this early. Maybe once more positioning builds into tomorrow. It's only noon right now. And things look pretty bearish. That was actually really accurate. Yeah. How's forward yield on vol looking? Let me look. Ooh, we went positive earlier today. Getting kind of close. Negative 0.44. Definitely getting tight. Like I said, I think CPI can break this. This and honestly, this might just break anyway. Cashvix is getting really close to VX. And the top end of the yield curve's providing a bit of pressure. It's starting to come up. Dollar hasn't bounced very strongly yet, but it is bouncing. It's down against the euro and the pound, but up against the yen and the won. No one wants to have fun with Rho. Rho's interesting, especially right now. Are we in a bull market? Sure. It's just not a very strong one. Alright, Beyond, you fucker. Get in there. Let's see. I should probably check out the Beyond chain right now. Win 90 DTE puts on QQQ. Good question. You know, NASDAQ hasn't performed very well on this run. Or not as well as you would expect. Upstart's starting to fill out above 30. It's getting calls at like 31, 32, up to 35. They might be short, but they might also get squeezed out. A scale of 1 to hot. How hot's Beyond looking right now? It's looking alright. Ooh. Yeah, we're getting a nice little ramp starting to build up to 13. The $8 and $9 calls and the money haven't squeezed off, but we're about to push through the $10 calls right now. And that's kind of the last of the big short call positioning. And then we got a right after that we got a nice little ramp building out to 13, and maybe even one building from like 13 to 16. Which would be crazy. I don't even think with the higher gamma max that's possible. 1370. 1.5. Yeah, that'd be like 1575. Interesting. Do you have a price target for GoEV? Gamma Max? Okay, so no, because Gamma Max on GoEV is kind of worthless. I'd have to think about it a bit. Gamma neutral's at like 470. Gamma Max is technically at 8. But I would say like 4 to 5 is where I would be most interested. Let me see if I can pull up a different data set on this. Maybe it'll be more accurate. There's not enough strikes on it for the Greeks to really matter. But yeah, like Gamma Max 541, Delta neutral $3, Gamma neutral $4. Mad Brilliance and Trade Me Daddy. Welcome to Cornishan, guys. Thank you so much. Beyond calls here are not that chasey, right? They're pretty chasey. I mean, they're expensive. Could they print? Yeah. I just need GoEV to move 50 cents. But I mean, like, we've been talking about Beyond since it was $6. Why don't you just fucking get in then? Why do you suck, AJ? Are entropy swaps still a thing? I remember that was a topic of discussion during GME a few years ago. They were a thing, briefly. Or at least the case K/2 kind of indicated that they existed. Although there's an off chance that it could have been another alternate product. But that was brief, and those were gone after this, like, March of 2022. Does this do or die on SPX? It's getting pretty dire, but I think they could still pull it back. Losing 20 is a big deal. I said that earlier. Could we head to 5,200? I mean, they'll fight it every step of the way, but potentially. Maybe like 5,205. Puts are picking up to the downside, all the way down to 5,190. But there's still call interest at 5,210 and 5,200 on longer dated expiries. So there's a little bit of delta to the downside that's supportive. I closed Beyond before earnings and didn't buy back into Beyond. CVV ops, the only data I need. Volume? On what? How deep in the money do my $3 GoEV leaps have to be before the price updates? I'm new to longer theta. Uh, deeper. I mean, they're going to be mostly just delta, right? So it's just kind of like owning 100 shares. That's why I have my leaps like far out of the money, but give me 1 second. I closed Beyond before earnings and didn't buy back into Beyond. Lame. Is Tup dead? Maybe. It's getting hammered pretty hard. Having shares locked up in computer share and believing diamond hands is the way. How much juice do you think GME has as of now? Any potential for a gamma squeeze? Thank you. Not really a gamma squeeze. I mean, that's not how that would work, but Vana a bit. Well, not Vana, Vega. Vega could squeeze a little because the calls that are being sold on the top end of the chain are very far dated, which makes them those positions highly sensitive to delta and increases in implied volatility. Top super strong pissed. We're not in MOASS territory yet. Equals, most of us have been handed a profitable exit after 3 years of circle jerking, and we're not gonna take it. That sounds like super stock to a T. You know what? I think maybe I'll buy back my GME if it goes back to $12. Just to rub it in their faces after they held through the whole thing like morons. Was there a Pigeon Whale FOMO event? Yes. Yes, there was. Largely due to an announcement I made. Which I hope someone clipped, because I fucking didn't. What was the announcement? We're building out a data platform for options. What's the data service going to be called? You'll find out. I full ported my paper trading port into GME to scratch my itch. I'm going to need a new paper trading port after Friday. Anyone not trapped underwater with cover calls who doesn't sell their GME is a fool. I mean, even if you're trapped underwater, there's if you have margin, there's still ways out. Dieter, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin to go back. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY.
Can you just upcharge Apple users more to offset the difference? Gross. Do I get lifetime access if I'm a Pigeon Whale for a month? That's not how it works. How can you get out using margin? Asking for a friend. You could sell the shares out from under the calls, leaving the calls naked, and then roll the calls out to a further date and hope it falls. But you have to be able to support the difference in price until it falls. I've been stuck in a position like that before for like a year. It's not fun. Yeah, very, very dangerous. You can hedge though, right? So it's not that dangerous. You can buy the out of the money call and cap your max loss. Then roll out the underlying and sell off the shares. And then like as whenever price falls, you can trim the spread. So I had to do this on Tesla at one point. I sold covered calls and I got blown up by like $50. And so what I did was I bought the out of the money. I bought the out of the money call, right? I think it was trading around like 300 at the time. But I bought like the 325, rolled my 300 sold call, or I think it was like 250 sold call. I think I rolled my 250 sold call out like to 90 DTE. And then anytime the price dropped, because it never got back really below 250, not for a long time. Anytime the price dropped, I would like roll the calls out and up a little. So like 255, 260, and anytime it ran, I would take profits on the 325s. And I just kept wheedling at that for like 4 or 5 months. That's largely how I got out of fucking myself over shorting the video too. That and buying calls $50 out of the money on earnings. Can you tell us what happened to the Pigeon Whale song based on O Fortuna from Carmina Burana? I haven't heard it forever, but it was great. I still have that. There's enough Pigeon Whales today that we deserve to play it. That was... God damn it. Why am I forgetting his name? He hasn't been around in a while. Yeah, but no, it's Visceral, but I don't remember his screen name on the Discord.
Alright, look.
There it is.
I'm not saying anything we don't know already, right? Us P-dubs are a special breed. P-dubs, this one's for you. Fours, just shut up and listen.
Staring at me in wonder. We'll never know.
20 and 4.
If we break 20, are we going to 5,200? I think bulls look like they're fighting back against this. Or they're at least trying to. But VIX guac? Maybe. We'll see. I mean, I didn't say they're going to be successful. I just said they're fighting back against it. You better not get all serious and release the platform. Like, I'm hoping the logo uses Comic Sans. I mean, that would be embarrassing. We're gonna use Wingdings. I hate Carl, but he has a beautiful voice. That wasn't Carl. That was Darth. There more expected news that could drive SPX today? No, we're past most of the news for today. I think we have I don't even think we have any Fed speakers left. Ew. Bounce on VWAP. What price does Beyond need to hold today to keep this rolling? 9. 9 would be good. 10 would be way better. GME 100C for next week are $7. Is Beyond trying to kiss Lady VWAP before it heads to the moon? Just failed VWAP. Russell's bleeding a bit right now. We'll see if it gets support here. If CPI data comes in hot tomorrow, what would be a good time to buy some August, September puts? Or do we need confirmation first? You could wait till we lose like gamma neutral and delta neutral in the monthly. After scores a month, I finally recouped my initial investment, including losses from degenerate zero DTE calls. Only gravy from here on out. Ooh, GME finally dropped hard enough for me to get my my spreads. Oh no, they just canceled them. Awesome. Oh, no, they didn't. It did get filled. Interesting. We did break down from the wedge. Did you miss that? Yeah, no, I see GME halted. SPX looks like it could break up. Memes getting fragged. A little bit, yeah. R2K dumped. Slid like 4 bips. Although it looks like it's finding support at 2088.6. Or RTY is. I assume they hold this here and try to pump 52.25 with 30 minutes left. I think they just try to pump for 52.25 now. I don't think they can afford to lose 52.20. They've got to fight back against this. They're selling some puts. Do you have updated Greeks on Beyond? I put them in the Discord last night. Alright. Bulls are pushing pretty hard. Need to get back over 52.26 for bulls to stabilize. But I do think they'll try to stabilize. GME on halt? Yeah. Six, 56.90, 57. Beyond still looks fine. GME tips are starting to turn around. Beyond tips are fine, but it started running later. Do you think he just deleted all his recent tweets? Oh wait, now they're back? Maybe they just don't load. Which direction for GME tips? The bearish direction? That doesn't mean we can't still see more runs, right? It's just they're just shorting it really hard. RM hedge on GME is still at 40. Yeah, I think so. Has Elite Brutal sold his paper position yet? Harsh. Do you like GME or SVX more? What, SVX? Is there still potential T+2 action for GME tomorrow? Yeah, if we stay above 34 and 40, there is. If we fall below 34.40, that could be pretty bad. Although we're just getting to the end of the midday. Vol's probably at its lowest point right now, so I'm not super concerned with it. DFE better post his position, or else you're gonna lose 40. Not quite yet. A lot of these early dips can just fuel more call buying, so. Refresh, and the most recent tweet was from 2021. Refreshed a minute later, they were back. I don't know what happened. Probably just didn't load. Maybe it was like cookies or something. DV better post his positions. I'm ready for 2250 end of day. That's a bit much. Welcome back, Richie. I can't wait for you to ask me about Tesla 30 times a day. shift to F5 to refresh cache on your web pages. Yeah. I miss all this Jimmy around because I'm a responsible trader, but this volatility event has me hyped for future cycles. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I just hope I'm on the right side of these debit spreads and I shouldn't be just selling calls in the money. No, it's NVIDIA now. With all the tools and experience you have now, I feel like we're going to crush the future ones, Garrick. I hope so. GME is currently trading $36 above fair value. Came back to multiple down halts. Mm-hmm. Yes, you did. But SPX is getting another foothold at 20. Looks like Beyond's finding a little bit of a foothold at 925. They're trying to. I don't understand stocks. That's okay. Okay, so I have some super underwater cover calls on GME at 13. Trying to roll and manage a whole position or just sell and cover. I don't know, it's up to you. Do you want to deal with the fucking stress of trying to needle out the profits you missed out on, or do you want to just wait until vol starts to collapse and take advantage of the drop? Is what over? Nothing's over. Psst. I was gonna sell like half of it at 52, and it just farted all over 51, then dipped. Bro, your 13 calls are safe. I still think SPX looks terrible. Really? I think it looks pretty good. Like, long run, yeah, like, you go out to the hour, it doesn't look great, but right here it looks fine. I waited for Vol to crash, took advantage of GME to sell bear call spreads on Friday. That went well. You can thank DFE for blowing you up. New tweet from DFE. Nice. Is it about buying the dip? They covered early on Beyond, right? There's 15 million volume today. They've covered some on Beyond. You know that the float is sold like 41% short, right? If you think it's just bouncing on and off reg show like that without being synthetically short in excess of the free float, that's probably not true. The fail to volume ratios on Beyond are pretty high. I would say netting all of that out without creating additional fails would probably take substantially more volume than we've seen so far. The last run on Beyond, we had like... It was like 83 million volume over the like forced covering or post, like into and after the forced covering period before they started to get it shorted down. And right now we've got 18. What's your take on why DFE has been silent so long and then all of a sudden tweets like a wild man? There's something worth leveraging popped onto the chain, right? I was in the car between meetings when you were talking about this new pigeon wheel tool you, Dork, and JFresh are working on, but I missed what it does. It's just, we haven't told anyone yet. But it's gonna be like options data. For retail. It's not a chatbot. JFresh has fought back against all our attempts to iterate chatbots. Is there a cutoff to get in on the beta? Probably when we announce the beta release. That'll be the cutoff. Like shift search, but more pickly. Ideally, way better. Did you get sick of everyone asking what GM was on X stock? Partially, yeah. Will this new product offer escaping tips and tricks? We could throw that in the newsletter. No, I told them that the beta's not out yet. Imagine trading a chatbot on tens of thousands of hours of this stream and seeing if you could make it as sassy as Gherkin. So this is what you're doing with your time? I'm a beta. Do I get to try it? When are you looking to roll out beta? By June 1st, ideally, but we'll see. We're still working on the timeline. There's a lot to build. It's not small. It's not a small task. You said it would be months from now. I mean, until an actual release, yeah. How much is there to build, Gork? So much. Do you have a Scrum Master? We do. We have a certified Scrum Master. If you need anyone to slap it and say it looks good to go, I'm your guy. I'm not putting pressure on anyone to upgrade. It's gonna be limited anyway, so don't go crazy. We're just offering the beta to people who are pigeon whales because they've supported the channel all this time. Seems like the cool thing to do. And we need a defined set of people to offer the beta to. I mean, if we do a second round of the beta, we'll probably do a lottery or something like that. Do not let Farmville have the beta. I mean, he's a pigeon whale now. You watch how you talk about him. Can you go to decline Farmville's covered call? It's behalf. I can't wait to use it to trade stocks right before they go bankrupt. I know, it's exciting, isn't it? The data is just going to be based on astrology. Yeah, we're currently programming out the lunar cycles. It's been tough. I thought we could only have 10 little halts in a day for a single stack. Isn't this like 10 or 11? I think we're at 9. 8 or 9. Do you have a list of pigeon whales that had their wings torn off? Yeah. I write them on my whiteboard. In your DM, you mentioned needing my social security number to sign up for the beta. Since we're both here, I'll just type it in chat. I'll post an announcement with details in the pigeon whale secret channels when the time is nigh. Oh, GME. Are we just filling the gap? Close 3690. Open 4031. Gap fill on GME at 3690. Tell me there's a gap fill on Beyond. I don't think so. But Beyond's IV's not really dropping. GME's is. I think GME is tanking. That's correct. SPX Bull's gonna fight here or nah? They're trying. They're just not getting a. They're not getting a leg up. Let's see which they still one more fight. Halt again. Oops. Not really worth it. Thanks, Popcorn. Is there a possibility with this run that GameStop hits reg show in the next few days? If so, what could that lead to? I don't know. I highly doubt GameStop's gonna go back on reg show. There's plenty of ETFs to push any failures off onto. If Beyond loses 9, is this done? No, it would have to lose 8. But it does suck pulling back this much. This is a pretty hard rejection off the $10 strike. However, it could still recover. And tomorrow is the first day of forced covering, so we're still quite early into that cycle. This ETF FTDs in July should be pretty cool, right? Yeah, July, beginning of July, end of June, beginning of July. How many days of forced covering are there? Every day after the 13th day? Or, well, every day from the 13th day forward until it's off reg show. Anything to look forward to with Fubo? No. I mean, breaking 150 was a struggle, but it did pull that off. Couldn't hot CPI ruin everything? Tank IWM, and in turn tank Beyond. It could put downward pressure on Beyond. So it looks like we're hitting Chinese EVs increasingly harder with tariffs. Is that in itself pretty bullish for Go EV? It might be, yeah. Although they haven't really made a lot of cars yet. GME squeeze dead. Well, we have a gap fill here. We'll see what happens after we fill it. But it could be. Indexes are selling off pretty hard, especially Russell. Russell's bleeding out really bad. But Russell's volatile. It can still bounce. Quite a lot of Delta falling off. IV on Beyond is still going up. So it looks like the out-of-the-money calls are still being bought despite the drop. Probably find support around 75 or 62, 63. GME unhalted. Gap filled. All right. Who fills these gaps? The MM, largely, is the one that, I mean, they're the one hurt most by a gap occurring. When GME Marketplace version 2? SPX gapped up. Short vol still coming in. See if we're getting any delta. A little bit. Will I be able to store NFTs in the wallet? I'd imagine. Yeah, IV on those still pretty fucking high. GoEV's just been, has it just been sitting at $3 all fucking day? It's like it hasn't moved. It's literally just stopped at $3. Why are bulls struggling so much to get it over 52.20? Charm is decidedly negative. So they gotta push back against the charm here, which is rough, especially the later in the day we get. Brain Productions, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream. Appreciate it, dude. Groovy Shorts are on the phone with Groovy Board, telling him to sell the fucking share offering. Charm negative till 52.26. No, I think it's starting to turn around. 20 is a big step up in dropping the amount of churn. Yo, but we ain't no cult. I can buy back these GME 55s. Drop enough though. I know, I'll burn a day trade. I can't. Today is the halt record. Might be, yeah. Did you sell the top? On what? Any thoughts on GoEV earnings tonight? I mean, they're a terrible company with terrible earnings, generally speaking. But if they continue to announce, or they continue to guide towards higher revenues in 2024, 2025, then that's going to be bullish, especially if they actually have revenues. If today is the GME halt record, does that make it the halter top? Interesting. I don't think this is the halt record by any means. Did none of you guys trade Jan 2021? Why is it that everybody in GME got in like fucking March? GoEV implied earnings maybe was 18%. That's heavily crushed by all the short vol. There's no way this is the record. No. Because I thought the stock market was gambling and a scam. And now you know that's true. What do you mean by trade? I bought shares and calls at 20 and proceeded to hold them back to nothing. Nice. 10% in 5 minutes. Why is Jimmy halting on small moves? Because the price is still very low. The moves aren't small. They're 10% moves. But I'm pretty sure we had one day that there was only like 2 hours of the stock actually moving. I feel like it was even less than that, but yeah. Even in like June of 2021, there was a few days where we just had nothing but it was like open, halt, 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 halt. Former SEC chair wants the Fed to stop GameStop trading. Who cares? How did the Fed stop it? Are they gonna take down the Fed wire again? Jan 2021 was insane with the halts. Didn't trade it, but I was watching it, and it was insane. Yeah, it was ridiculous. It was, like, actually hard to take profits, because it kept fucking halting. Was the GME run due to the geomagnetic storm? Of course. Well, the geomagnetic storm following the lunar eclipse. JPOW, so help me God, if you don't stop trading GME, I will turn this market around. Give me one good reason to be holding all of these calls into earnings. I can't think of one. I watched my 10K go up to 200K, back to 10K. I learned so much from that, and Gherk, thanks, man. I think that's a good thing. At what price does the floor fall out from under GME? Well, clearly not at 36. That's why I took profits and got out with 40% gains on my shares. I'll probably use the profits for a down payment on a house and trade the rest of it. Nice. Oh no, the pores are doing a thing. Quick, use the state to boost them. Yeah, usually. Hmm. GoEV after earnings tonight will be $3 since I have 220 since I have $3 calls. That sounds about right. Are they making an inverse head and shoulders on GME? That's a bullish reversal. Yeah. Carly Ray. We gonna bounce back up or fail? GME plus minus 40. It looks like we're bouncing. See how many people pile into the calls. How much significance should be placed on a stock tapping a long-term support in the overnight session? It's probably important. I don't know. How far was the support from spot? I really want GoEV to go to $4 before close so I can sell most of my calls into earnings. I'll keep my leaps. But this is bullshit. The tips on GoEV are getting ready to do a thing too. Maybe it just doesn't matter. Maybe they're just gonna cover regardless of what the fucking earnings are. If they're bad, they'll just get more liquidity, right? Yeah, in the last tip cross, the fucking stock wasn't nearly as illiquid. Like, look where it was. Look where it was when it ran post reverse split. So how illiquid it is now. Hmm. I'd take 480. DFA hinting at a loophole. What loophole? They're just shorting it with ETFs. It's not a loophole. They're just beating the fuck out of XRT. GME is in hundreds of ETFs, or at least 100 ETFs. Gary V 480 end of day? That'd be fucking awesome. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's getting that high without earnings actually being good. There you go, popcorn. SPX is trying to be. They still need to get it over 52.24. I will say I don't like how sensitive the memes are to that bleed that we got in Russell. That's not a good sign. As their beta picks up and like becomes more positive, that means they're more liquid. But there are unreported positions. What do you think synthetic shorts and ETFs are? They're not reported anymore. They stopped reporting those back in fucking 2021. That's why GME's short interest was over 100%. You guys know that, right? The short interest was over 100% because they were reporting all of the shorts on the underlying and all of the synthetic shorts. And after 2021, they stopped reporting the synthetic shorts. Okay. So stocks still end up short greater than 100% of their float. They just don't report it anymore. I think you meant to say that it was because of crime. Crime legislated into legal behavior. I think a good chance this run is getting close to being over. Maybe. It might be getting close to the end. That doesn't mean all of them have run. Some of them will run off harder on the back end, but I mean GME might be getting closer to an end of the run. Like lobbying, yeah. When I make more money, I just don't tell my wife so she can't spend it. Another boomer joke. Nice. You want me to write these down? Yeah, because ETFs are designed to be a liquidity sink. That's the way the SEC wants them to operate. They want them to absorb that liquidity, right? And so in turn, after 2021, they then protected the ETFs. Because if stocks were popping up with 100% short interest, retail was going to run and try to go squeeze all of them. And they didn't want that, right? So they just don't report the short interest on the ETFs. It's simple. And then you protect the ETFs, you protect the funds, you ensure that markets remain stable, liquid, and you reduce volatility. That's their fucking job. We do know if GME is back in R2K. I think over the next few weeks, we'll get a series of announcements. I think each week we get like an inclusion one through June, through end of May into June. Don't you tell me about stability? I can literally walk on stilts. Retail's long vol boy, living in a short vol world. Yep. If I ever mention to my wife that I've made money, she doesn't react to the news. She just casually goes shopping. That makes sense. There's no way to get the synth position. I knew they made it harder to report. Didn't realize they just removed reporting entirely. I don't know. I feel like we're pretty good at tracking them. Just takes more work. So then Gherkin and his super quants made a way to find them super illiquid problematic stocks, and I'm super over leveraged. Well, I hope you're over leveraged and up. That's a much better place to be. Big up. Thanks for all you do. Do you expect pre and aftermarket to be where a lot of the price action will continue to happen on GME this week? What pushed it to 80 this morning? The 34s and 40 calls squeezing out. I mean, more than that, right? The 60s did hit too, but those could still squeeze again because they haven't really closed, and there's still a lot of Vega exposure to the upside from here on the chain. So if IV ticks back up on GME and they can't keep IV crushed, the MM's gonna come in and pick up more delta. Yeah, it'll go down, but it'll also go back up, BMG. So sure, it'll be vastly more liquid in ETFs, but that won't stop it from running. Well, if people sold the MM those calls, the MM's long those calls, so yeah. Accuracy beyond tips? Sure. That makes sense, but if it becomes more liquid, then it becomes more stable. ETFs are confusing scams. Well, so yes, it becomes more liquid in ETFs, but it also becomes drastically more exposed to active fund flow. So in that, Russell 2K is a heavily traded index, right? If that index goes up, that's going to put buy pressure on GME. If that index goes down, it's going to put sell pressure on GME. And it's going that the ebb and flow of those flows is going to drive more realized volatility over time, right? And the more illiquid GME becomes during a shorting cycle relative to the realized volatility, the more it's going to fail, and the more it's going to run when and if it does run, right? So as it becomes more illiquid, the reaction to those active fund flows is going to become more volatile. And that's what we had back in 2021, right? Where we had just a ton of active fund flow, and we'd get, days where we just ran $20, drop 15, ran 20, drop 15. And so far for the last 2 years, they've been very successful at keeping GME out of R2K. But if it's going back in, that could really change the game. We'll have to see still. Like last year, it almost qualified, and they didn't put it back in, so we could run into the same situation this year. Yeah, it's all coming back now. Yeah, I talked the re-inclusion into R2K to death, but it would be being back in R2K would, in short, it would be pretty awesome if you're interested in playing cycles on GME. They would be far more consistent. They would occur with quarterly OPEXs like they used to, or in between quarterly OPEXs like they used to, right? Because those ETFs are so much bigger, and it would pick up consistency again. R1K and the split kind of ruined all that. Also, another thing about consistency with GME is leaps, right? If people are buying leap calls, that leaves a ton of delta that's always just sitting on the chain, right? And so, as we get shorted down, that delta falls off. But when we move up, that delta picks up exponentially, right? So, leaps bought at the bottom on GME are extremely powerful as far as driving price action on the stock. Do you track the probability of an OPEX run happening with the tips? It's leading. It's a leading indicator to a degree. Not always. Sometimes you get kind of fucked. There have been a few instances where it's been wrong, but they're rare. Like where you think you're gonna get a crossover and you really don't. Like that happened here, right? Back in March. Like it started to cross over, and then they shorted the fuck out of it, and it went back down again. But once they've crossed, I mean, almost every time on every stock, it's you're running at that point, right? Like, I mean, you can even confirm it on the crossover. I don't trust the tips anymore. Why? When have they let you down? 100 gang? Same like 510 gang? They just opened the chain. Well, we know what Pickle Morty is going to be up to. March? What? Back in this year or back in 2022? It crossed in March. It was late though, but I don't remember Glorp. Fair enough. I just have a sticky note on my desk that says "Don't cross tips." That's for the arc welders. You told me to remind you about that. Yeah. Am I wrong? And Ghostbusters. That would explain the burning. Hmm. Well, GME's market cap on the inclusion date, which was before this run started, was 3 billion. So maybe that's enough. I mean, ultimately, it's up to FTSE. They decide. Is Power Hour going to be an actual Power Hour? I mean, SPX is kind of kicking ass. It got back to positive delta. R2K, not so much. But it's up like 10 points. It's kind of pushing back. I might get a little bit more bullish into the end of the day. Probably. Look at that. The consolidation's not exactly bearish. From a strategy point of view, I would say bulls need to push this as hard as they feasibly can before CPI. Otherwise, de-risking is going to have an enormous cost. I just went over that for like 30 minutes, Brandon. I mean, I don't know what DFE is looking at, to be fair. But, I mean, I know what I'm looking at, and I know where the loopholes are, so... I would assume he's well versed as a after working at an institution and using supplemental liquidity from ETFs. You plan on straddling SPX overnight? Yeah, I do. They've been a little shitty lately, but they're cheap, so I don't mind. It's possible they need to move it back onto R2K to cover, but that would be odd. Just wherever it closes? Yeah, I think so. They're gonna go shorter dated on the call side though. I don't think CPI is gonna be that great. Also, we're going into SLD OPEX. We're not that high above gamma neutral. $39.56 gap filled. Damn, they're beating the shit out of volatility today. I should pick up some more Vega positions. VIX 3-month is under 1474. All that vol shorting and the forward yield on volatility is still almost positive. All the shorts in the world can't get rid of the demand. Delta dipped back a little negative on this drop, so they need to pump here in order to regain it. Delta's positive at 25, but I don't think Charm is. I think they need to get it a bit higher for Charm to start working in their favor. There's a lot of puts at 25 today, too. Like a ton. Yeah, probably at 30. Above 25 into 30, Charm starts to be a little bit more favorable. And they still have a ramp out to 40. So we might get a big pump into the end of the day if they can push it up that ramp. Failing here wasn't great, but might still have a little advantage on the momentum side. Hmm. So GME and MOASS, and we sell just a few shares for generational wealth. Yellen gets to collect the cap gains for paying down the debt. And what? I don't know. Short credit spreads? No, I didn't move into my house in Long Island. It's a house, it's not a mansion. It only has 6 bedrooms. 7. Yeah. It's creepy there. I don't like being there by myself. Maybe it's a mock Kenny when he comes knocking saying, I just need a little more liquidity. Haha. That's not gonna happen. Don't talk about it. Wait, what? The house is a 7-bedroom? Yeah. How many full bathrooms in that house? 10. 11 if you count the one in the cabana. For all the people who missed the last year, did you change your skincare routine? A little bit. You know, I'm getting older, so I've added almond oil, and I do an almond oil mask once a week now. It really keeps your skin supple. No, it's like 8 full baths, 4 half baths. Not old enough for me to fall out of love with you. Hi, Darth. Have you heard about the benefits of silver for your skin? Colloidal silver? Greg's actually 85, but due to his routine, he looks 30. Don't worry, I'll head up with the family so you don't have to worry about being alone. Is your wife okay with us being polygamous? Just me and you. Because I need the tax break. She'll have to get used to it. Do you have more beyond GME calls in your other accounts, or just this one? I have beyond synth longs, and I have some. I have some June 10s in my other account also. I have GME debit spreads in both. What you think, Greg? I'm long gold and VIX, short GME. I'm ready to get hurt. I think you might get hurt. Tomorrow's T+2 from yesterday. And T+5 from when this kicked off, right? Happy 1-year anniversary, husband. This has been the happiest year and a half of marriage ever. I don't know what you're talking about. The good news is you get to claim half the pickle jar as dependents. Do you know if a limit sell placed during trading hours will fill after hours on Fidelity? If you put it in as good to close, it should. Or wait, hold on. Fidelity has different. Yeah, there's something else you have to do on Fidelity. Let me check. I always forget. So you have to put in. It has to be a limit order, and then it has to be good till canceled. And I think that's all you have to do, but you have to make sure that you have after hours trading turned on. Lots of pigeon whales resubbed. They went in on the beta. Hmm. What beta? I'll resub for a beta? What does SPX want to close at? Like 52.25. I really think you messed up by giving Pigeon Whales exclusive access to the beta. Having a benefit is very opposed to the spirit of being a pigeon whale. It's a thank you for all the years of support and hanging with me through thick and thin. I mean, it's not an advantage. Everyone's gonna get access to it eventually. Don't give it to that guy. I have gotten thicker. Thank you. Billionaires aren't chopped liver. I remember when there was only one Dan. Daniel Taylor. He's still around. What's the best way to be thick like you? Sit in a chair 13 hours a day. One meal. That meal needs to have 3,000 calories. Pigeon Teeth Cisco, welcome to Cornichon. Thank you so much. Jonathan Taylor Thomas, that's the one. Tell the Dillies not to worry. The Pigeon Whales will be the first to get a chance to lose money. Would you ever buy an electric flosser? I have a water pick. That thing's awesome. But you could be lifting some dumbbells while we watch this paint dry. Or not. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to get back to suede brushing these fucking shoes. It has been rough. Have you guys ever brushed suede? Holy fuck. It's better just to buy new shoes. Let's have a little afternoon ice cream, Sammy, for old time's sake. It's not summer. I can't just have ice cream sandwiches at any time of the year. I don't deserve them. I have a standing desk. I just don't stand up at it. Haha, yeah. Suede brushing. Wink, wink, wink. When was the last time you used the rowing machine? A couple weeks after I bought it. I brushed a cat once. Okay. I saw some Osiris shoes in the wild the other day. I gave the guy some props. They looked like bricks, but they felt like pillows. I've been back for 2 days, and no one has called you a centaur. Weird. Centaur? What are you talking about? There's no centaurs here. That's the right answer? Rowing is terrible. Zachary Sturgeon, welcome to Cornichon. Thank you so much, man. Cornichon. Cornichon. Why does the GYND, BYND tips being halfway there where the tips from last covering went indicate the covering is halfway done? Not necessarily. It just infers that half the amount of covering that occurred before has occurred this time. Do what I did and mod your Peloton to run Xbox Game Pass streaming and just game while you pedal. I don't like games. If I could trade, maybe. Clippity cloppity, your calls are my property. Also, are we pigeon wheels also getting access to betas and the beta? No, just one. SPX downs now? Ups. It's doing ups. This is what we wanted, right? That's why I sold puts. Hmm. $1K to YOLO shares or weekly GME? Shares of what? When are you playing with pickles? I don't know. I haven't done that in a long time. If you don't pedal faster, it will buy more VIX calls. Any chance at the EDM version of I Can Be Green? Do I have an EDM version of that? Hold on. That doesn't sound real. Oh, I do. Hold on. Hmm. Is it this one?
Tell me how you like it. Hashtag not a cult.
Just like old times, I'm so confusingly hard right now. Naughty cult. Did you enjoy that dopamine rush? Yeah. I like the one with 10 loops and complete chaos. Gherk, old school 510 song. Is everyone here? I don't want to do it until everyone's back. Maybe it'll be the siren song that brings them back. If the bull songs are making bull things happen, does this mean we're in a bull market?
We don't give a shit about theta. It's pure science. Just look at the data.
Bandy, welcome back, man.
Just do the fucking math. It'll make your wife's bank account crawl. And once you get that itch, open up the calculator, realize you're gonna be rich. Might just be my fiscal immaturity, the definition of financial irresponsibility. Just when you least expect it, surprise 100x gain just on your initial investment. What you gonna do? Take your profits and walk? I said, fuck no, man. I'm gonna use that leverage to cock it, lock it, double down and profit. Show my gains to Gherk like a first place ribbon on a science fair project that he didn't help me with, cause technically can't. Kung Fu, Rumble, Dr. Something Dinosaur, Delta Strike, Air Deep, Pickle Morty's hugging me, Dungston, Parks Car, Salmonella, Smock Spots, Cat Doc, Army Vent, Jay Willen on Trash Stands, Nutsack, Window,
I said we had a ramp to 40.
Danwork, Renzer, Long Boy, Optimus, PHL, Black Dilla, Snow Case, Saber, YG,
Now we have 1 to 50.
Data, Wayfair, Dandelion, Walford, Danley, Wardeck Concrete, Dave of the Pigeon Whales Diet, Birdman, Buff Dan, JG, Cybernetic Construct, Hands on the Dancing Queen, Kermit, Desperate Danny, MMON, Merc the Jerk, Darkborn, Hartley here, Intellectual Comfort, Pablo, Enthazar, Delta Strike, Woe Heavy, Donkey Dick, Tri-Feed, Dead, Why, Tom and Jerry.
Your market manipulation is clear as day. Still looking for the 5230 close. We got calls picking up at 5240 and 50. Looking for end of day pumps into CPI. Which, if anybody was listening, I said earlier, I said bulls are going to turn this around. They're definitely going to turn it around. Just you wait. They're going to turn it around. And look what they did. They turned it around. We were just children back then. Does this mean GME can crazy move overnight again? If it closes above 50, probably. Mappo, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Weird response to super hot PPI? No, not at all. Should we up to 12 halts now? Something like that. You can just count them. Just go on the NYSE Luddle thing. Just count all the halts for today. What if Jimmy doesn't close above 50? I mean, being above 34 and 40 is still a big deal. Tomorrow's T plus, we got T plus 2 from the big initial bump. And then we got, I think T5 from the bump last week. Whenever you say things like, if we fall below 5220, there's no support, it gets really bearish, that's the full bull signal. Yeah. Because that's the level bulls are most likely to defend. Doesn't this feel kind of, you know, what, crashy? Are you trying to say, is that what you want to say? It's okay, you don't have to be scared to use words. Why is 34 an important price for GME? Bunch of sold calls. It was the top of the weekly chain prior to them opening up new strikes. The early days before we came together. Such an amazing marriage. Oh, Christ. Jimmy has been paused for over an hour over the course of the day. Why do they have to nerf us like this? Do you want to go up 10% or not? I don't understand what you're bitching about. $45 is the new 180. No. It's 45. How do you feel about all these price target increases coming in for NVIDIA? You think this is the earnings that they rug pull? Nah. Maybe too soon. Well, maybe, but it's probably still too soon. Melly Duck, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
I think the main takeaway of this GME run is everyone still loves GME. No. Everyone loves GME when it's up. Everyone's always loved GME when it's up. Everyone fucking hates GME when it's down 80% and just keeps dropping 1% a day for 6 months. The battle for 45 times 4. The split is over. Stop talking about the split. Jesus fucking Christ. Seriously, why does everyone... The split happened a year ago. No one's like, ah, fucking Tesla was $1,200. No. It's over. It's split. This is the new price. It's not 180. It's 45. If it was 180, you'd be rich. Because those numbers are burned in our minds. Would you much prefer GME pre-split? Yeah, it would have run harder. Interesting. Appreciating all you and the quants do. It's been a wild ride. Thanks for all the fish, Gherk. What's going on, Wabeef? What did you do? Did you get caught? By way of Senshin, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you all added to the country club after the stream. Or you should be already, but if you're not, hit me up.
Straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head.
The fuck is SPX doing? Trying to run as much as it feasibly can before CPI shits the bed tomorrow. It's a noble goal. They're just selling a lot of the $10 calls on Beyond right now and trying to keep it from breaking out. Split this, pickle boy. We're back, baby. Thank you, Mr. Diggs. Too many pigeon whales. Time to double the price. It's quite the flock today. If we do get 40, likely they sell off long calls, close at 30. We actually have a ramp up to 50 right now, and it's growing. So they may try to push 50, close at 40. Wait. BlackRock said recession canceled. When did they say that? Thank you so much, Mr. Diggs. They want the soft goods, Garrick. It's true. We have been cranking some soft goods. If they run this hard enough and CPI is quite bad, can they catch the knife, or is the knife simply too big and sharp? I mean, they'll try, but I don't know if they could. I think a lot of this is just like pre-SLD pump and like trying to stabilize this above gamma neutral as much as feasibly possible before they have to de-risk anything. Best cooking recipe bidet stream ever. Thanks, Gherkin. You got it, Way of Sanction. I appreciate it, man. Yes, 5268. 25. Let's fucking go. Screen is frozen? No, it's not. Everything's moving. It's just moving slowly. I could zoom in more. GME is halted. I keep tapping the heart emoji. Can you see it? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Are trailing stop limits a good idea with GME shares during this kind of movement? Sadly, I can't watch all day. I mean, it sounds like you don't have a lot of options. So, I mean, they're not the best, but they could be fine. How many more pigeon wheels today for another perm? I'm not getting another perm. That's ridiculous. Jimmy needs to hit 100, at least, before I even consider that. I just subbed because I'm ready for that shirt to come off again. Shave the melon? I'm too fat to be bald. Beautiful. Held for years. Sold the bottom. Congratulations. Win perm. Win shirt off. Nice try, Darth. You wear a hat anyway. On the stream, I do. Are there any damage control Fed speakers after CPI? When is SLD? And what exactly is SLD? Is it related to OPEX? Sorry for the super basic questions. Let's see. Who's speaking after CPI tomorrow? Bernanke speaking at the Bank of England, then Kashkari at noon, Bowman at 3:20. So not a lot of damage control immediately following CPI tomorrow. SLD is a supplemental liquidity deposit period that occurs before OPEX to ensure that margins are stable going into the expiration of the monthly contracts. It's a little bit more important when you approach quarterly OPEXs, but it does occur before each and every one. SLD isn't a myth. I saw Gherkin at Rayo's once. He was wearing a hat and had Jenkos on. That might have been me. Right now, I'd love to be a fly on the wall of the guy that sold GME at $9.95. Was that you? How do you feel about 70p June XRT? Okay, interesting. We've lost 150 minutes of GME trading because of all of these halts. Yeah. It's dirt cheap. I don't think June's enough time. When's the Fed meeting in June? Delta's starting to slip a little bit. Nice, Bips. There's 20, 30 late puts, guys. Can't lose. No goddamn liquidity on any strike on XRT. There usually isn't. Welcome to Cornichon, hot boy Danny Choi. Now that GME is running, do they have to rebuild the obligations warehouse in Ukraine that Russia destroyed? That was a damn, and it's not funny. Gherk, is this T plus 2 years defer packs? No. FOMC, June 11, 12. So like 1 week before expiration. I don't know. I don't see the Fed admitting that they fucked up just yet. I see Jimmy calls up to 66 for next week. Yep. SPX still finna looking to squirt. It could still test 40 and maybe 50. There are calls building out of the money, although more sold calls here. We are getting an influx of sold calls. So I would say this is still choppy. It definitely hasn't failed yet. Delta's pretty stable here. And charm should be positive, so we should have some positive flows into end of day at a minimum. I'm gonna need you to check DMs. Also, gift me pigeon whales so I can be cool. If Beyond hits 60, like Jimmy, will you buy the entire BNED float? Absolutely not. Oh, hey, look at that. We tested 40. There it is. I said it would happen. Okay, so if we break above 40, we could push to 50. There's almost enough interest there. We might have some resistance here. So we'll see. We should have gotten the all-time high yesterday. The fact that we didn't's a joke. Hey, look, household debt's up. 1%. Fantastic. Good job, guys. Keep spending up inflation. Girk's BlackRock recruiter, welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. Mr. Pickles should do a 24/7 stream with just Gregorian Pickle Chance. I haven't been active forever. Gherk, you could report to your desk at BlackRock. That'd be great. GME borrow fee 21.9%. Let me see something. I think the prime borrow is at 6%, which is pretty high. It's the highest it's been in quite some time. Highest since the split, maybe? Higher than that, though. Highest since pre-split. Not quite as high as it got in March of 22, but still pretty high. I think I made a video about the meatball. Can you please give us the odds? CPI is cool, flat, hot. Expectations are flat month over month, so 0.3% month over month, which I can kind of agree with. Gasoline prices have kind of moderated, but still increasing at 0.3%, which means that the annualized rate, non-seasonally adjusted, would be up to like 3.4 to 3.5, which is also what analysts expect. Core is expected to decline slightly, but I don't think it will. That's about it. So a 0.4 would be very, very bad. CPI is probably going to be hot, but I mean, if CPI isn't hot, it means that or not as hot. It could mean that like corporations are having trouble pricing forward increased input costs, which that's bad, right? Because that's when analysts are going to start assuming margin contraction. Because if corporations have become inefficient at pricing forward increased input costs, it means that their sales have declined to a level where they've begun to lose market share. And if they're losing market share, they can't afford to price forward onto the consumer, and they have to eat the input costs themselves, which means declining margins and decreased revenue and EPS. So hot bad, cold also bad. Well, I don't think there really is like a cold print. I mean, 0.2 would probably be initially bullish, but the question would still be posed, why is PPI so hot and CPI cooler? I don't think we're going to see that, though. I mean, corporations are still pricing forward most of the inflation, if not all of it. Can you play Bulls on Parade again? Think about it. Maybe. Maybe if Jimmy breaks 50. One thing I don't see on Superstock is people buying shares. It's because they're busy trying to log into computer shares so they can sell the ones that they've been sitting on for 3 years. Why? Because the majority of people aren't actually crazy conspiracy theorists. It's just the ones that comment. But they can pass it on to the consumer. I have all these credit cards. TRS actually caused MOASS by turning off the login button. What if we just pretend that drop at 8:30 this morning didn't happen and keep pumping anyway? That'd be cool. Why can we hear your prostate massager so clearly? I just put it on the desk. That's not where that goes, sir. Why not? Looks like shorts are currently successful in stuffing beyond. You sure about that? What happens first? Go EV over 3 or beyond over 10? Good question. Beyond already went over 10. I think this morning, right? 10:30? Yeah. Go EV seems completely unable to break $3. And based on where the tips are, I don't think it could break it today. Wow, the Bulls want to give the SPX a long time frame double tap. I don't know. I don't think we get to all-time highs today. That would be very impressive. Yeah. 50, 50, 60. There's a little bit of call interest building above 50, but not a ton. Are you long Go EV? Yeah. I missed that thesis. Reg show after the reverse split. Bunch of shorts. Company might make money one day. Chinese tariffs are probably bullish for them too. They have a good pipeline for revenues. They just don't have any way of achieving them. I made 550% on quick SCX 5245C. Nice. Jesus, I gambled on a 5250 when you mentioned it, and here we are. Yep. That's a real big volume candle on Beyond. It's a decent one. It's not that big. Like if I zoom out, it's okay. If SPX went to all-time high today, the memes would explode. I think only if Russell kept pace, which it hasn't. Russell has bounced here, but not as much as I would have liked. Although it is getting back towards 2090, like 2100. Yeah, Russell needs to push up to 2100, where it was earlier. Still behind the breakout in NQ and ES. Doesn't look terrible though. What's the... Here, I'll go to the like 15-minute. Decent little breakout. Beyond holding $9 into close, still bullish. Yeah, it puts the majority of the short calls in the money into tomorrow. Yeah, they added more strikes. Question, welcome to Cornishan. Thank you so much. You guys don't have to join Cornishan. After the GME runs over, I'll just go back to regular chat. The OCC had more strikes to the GME options chain in the middle of the day today. I'm seeing strikes. Okay, yeah. Beyond holding 9. Don't tell me to zoom out. I get less excited. I'm sorry. What's the BNED thesis? I just bought 25k shares. I would like to know what I bought into. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, first of all, they're about to do a share offering of 5 cents a share to all current shareholders. At which point they plan to reinvigorate their balance sheet with a revolving credit facility and $45 million in cash from the share offering. They sell books to college students. Where SPX next? Well, 50, right? I mean, that's the next goal here. We're getting a little bit of profit taking, but I don't see any reason for it to fall back hard. I guess if we fail 40, it could slip, but the in the money profit taking isn't that excessive yet. They want this here. They want ideally they'd probably want this above. Oh, you missed my Ko-Fi. I'm sorry. Oh shit. Today was my most successful trading so far this year. 90% on the entire port. GME call profit to SPX calls. That's fucking awesome. Well done, crypto. Alex DaCosta, welcome to Cornishan, man. That's fucking great. Is Beyond IV crushing? A little bit. Yeah, they're selling calls at 10. It's not that bad, but it is crushing. Below 9 it gets rough. This is not really the price we want to be at. But some shorting into tomorrow's fourth covering should be kind of expected. You think GME is going to open red tomorrow, then moon again? Ideally, it would just go up overnight again. Do you think GameStop did a share offering today during the chop without announcing it? No. Based on volume today, could force covering have already been netted out? I mean, the last reg share run we had like 82 million volume. This one we've got like 20 so far, so I doubt it. SPX all-time high tomorrow since CPI 8% is already priced in. Inflation is transitory as long as SPX goes up more than it / serious. Also, maybe not serious. How about SPX all-time high overnight? CPI prints, market tanks. You can't fight the bond market with equities. I mean, you can try really hard, but if your margin gets fucking snipped, you're fucked. Pseudo visible charity. Welcome to court, Sean. Thank you so much. Feels like they're about to tank GME sub 38. Maybe. Maybe not. I mean, GME still looks pretty good, I think. Most of the covering done in after hours. We did fill the downside gap today. But we also bounced off that gap fill. Run into some resistance around 49.40. Yeah, I mean, T+2 on today is just a little bit weaker, but T+2 on tomorrow is going to be brutal. There was 187 million volume. So yeah, I think I'm not too worried about it yet. I've been gone for a while, like 20 minutes. Did I miss your daily GME DD post on SS today? No? Do you have a timeline when Beyond will be off Reg Show? No. You have no idea when it'll be off Reg Show. It'll be off Reg Show when it no longer meets the requirements to be on Reg Show for 5 consecutive days. Thanks, man. That really helped. I mean, it's not transparent. When it comes off reg show, that'd be the time to exit. No, probably long before it falls off reg show. Like, they'll cover what they need to, and they'll net off the rest over time. And as they net off the rest, the price will probably decline slowly. Was there enough liquidity generated today to get beyond off reg show? I mean, was not equivalent to the liquidity generated in the prior reg show instances. Neither volumetrically nor via the liquidity analysis that we do. Why does ComputerShare's website keep crashing? Probably because it's a piece of shit and it's not designed to handle huge volumes of traffic all at once. Why? Here's a better question. Why are all the super stonkers trying to sell? Shift Search is gone. They went out of business or closed up shop to do something else, Duncan. 100 shares of ComputerShare stuck in the infinity pool. Filthy paper hands is. What do you think happens when DFE shows his position of $1 million plus shares? I mean, if he only has $1 million worth of shares, that would have mean he sold a lot of fucking shares. Was this drop on Beyond GME today shorting to claw back MM positioning? Are participants taking profits? I mean, the MM definitely took advantage of the drop on GME to get that gap filled in, but I think largely it was just Russell. And I mean, people are taking profits. Volatility is starting to bleed off. But Beyond and GME aren't really in the same part of their runs either. Like, GME is far closer to kind of tapping out, and Beyond just started running pretty hard today. Do you have any exposure to MSTR? No, not right now. $52.50, 5,200 credit call spread for Friday, tomorrow at end of day. It's awfully wide. I guess you could if you want to. Why don't you just... And at that point, it's like, why aren't you just selling a naked call? If they ask you, would you be interested in a partnership with Gherkin's Lotion? Depends on how much they pay me. Are you a Gherkin's Lotion rep? Gherkin it with Gherkin it? I like it. I mean, the copyright's itself. You seem pretty bullish on GoEV. Am I misunderstanding? Maybe. You're pretty bad at reading emotions. Rhino M, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much. Today is Tuesday. What, like CTA triggers? I mean, it's highly unlikely that they have access to current CTA tape. Or at least real-time CTA tape. So they're probably giving you like the prior day's data. And also, not all systematic traders are going to be aligned on their entry signals, right? So largely bullshit or delayed data. I haven't been able to watch the stream this week, but can you confirm that AMC is running because the new Planet of the Apes movie? Seems pretty obvious. AMC is running so Adam Aaron can issue more shares. Still workshopping some Gherk action figures. Rescue Gherk using his DD grappling hook to pull us out from underwater. JFresh helicopter pilot sold separately. JFresh does strike me as being the helicopter pilot. I mean, J-Roll's like signal thing is just like 2 EMAs and MACD. It's like a fast and slow EMA with MACD that costs like some obscene amount of money every month. He's a moron. He doesn't know what it is. Or he's getting a kickback from selling it to people. JFresh as Murdoch. Yeah. He's always cranky. I think it's because of all the children. I don't know. I thought he got blown up in Israel. Is real. The country he was in that he couldn't spell. Tell JFresh to stop marinating his Beyond Burgers and antifreeze. Ivy on Beyond is getting hit again. It didn't really go up very much. If this isn't the R2K rebalance, then can this mean that the market is getting ready to crash? If these are share recalls? Possibly. I mean, why else would ETFs recall shares en masse? I made a price distribution model and thought it was genius until I effectively used it to lose $200 in minutes. Dirk is Special Ops Battle Engineer, the submersible Gherk tank, powerful enough to take on Charmadillo. You know what, Squamsk? If you can make them, package them in awesome bubble packaging, I think we got a business going. I don't know. Why would they recall shares if they're not worried about a market crash? They wouldn't. They would never cut off their share lending. It's constant. It's a constant flow of yields. Is there a way we don't see T2 action for the next 2 days on GME? It could already all be resolved. Although I doubt it. Whatever happened to that thing you noted usually happens 30, 40 days before a crash? It's been a while. You mean all of the short positions squeezing? Not necessarily. I mean, we don't know that this is a share recall, right? You don't get the short reports for quite some time after the fact. But if you look at, market-wide short interest in aggregate, and there's a significant decline over this period, and a market crash does occur, which it would already be happening by the time you found out, you could at least confirm your bias based on historic data. Are bulls taking a little break here before having another go at 52.50? Yeah, we got like another hour. Should be plenty of time. So we won't know until it's too late. That's cool and super useful. You have access to a FINRA login. I'm sure you can check market-wide short reports every day. Are they declining rapidly? T+2 from Monday is tomorrow. Gurk. Those subscriptions cost money. What? Not for you individually. Why isn't your employer providing them? What kind of hack shops are you guys at? Go to the next board meeting and demand it. Jimmy Run is about over. Can I get some analysis on whether or not this thing is out of steam? I don't know if enough short calls or short puts have pulled back for it to be out of steam. It can still bounce really hard. It'll probably take some time to bleed off completely. But it is, I would say it's getting close to an end. At least it appears that way today. Closing above 40 still leaves room on the table for it to bounce again tomorrow. I'm able to use the Steam as continuing education for my CPA. I'm really good at looking at people's 1099Bs because of it. I don't know. See if it qualifies. We're not accredited. Good to see they're still leaning into the JPY carry trade, as the wheels are apparently coming off the economy. Can you remind the bulls about scalding hot PPI? No. We already went down for PPI. Did you miss it? We went down hard this morning. This is just, everyone's now accepted PPI for what it is. And it's going to be okay, right? Because surely the Fed's still going to cut rates, and inflation's definitely going to be down tomorrow, right? The market is forward-looking, and if the things being said about the future are lies, then we're going to stay bullish. Don't worry. After CPI comes in hot tomorrow, they'll be like, it's okay. The Fed's still gonna cut rates. Don't worry. Don't just as if you were asking for extra cheese on your pizza. The man said the wheels are coming off the economy. Do I look like a fucking tire shop? Nobody answer that. It was a trick question. Is there an ideal close for beyond here? Above 9 would be better than below. It's okay. It's almost 3:10 and Cena's time. Give me 1 second. They're pushing beyond below DN. Possibly. Yeah. That was a big drop. Yeah. That's rough. Now, do I want to use that to load up on more shit? I don't know if getting it back below DN really helps them, though. Not unless they've covered everything. Which I don't think they have. Let's see. How much volume do we have since reg show inclusion? So we got about 51.3 since inclusion. And back here we had about 73, 80. Up 29th. Got about 92 million volume. Let's see, today we got 18 million. It's possible it could just run higher from here. I don't know. We haven't hit the forced covering period yet. I'm going to keep some exposure either way. I mean, I already took a ton of profits today, so I'm not too worried about it. You missed it, Ko-Fi. CPI hot. Classy. Gherk action figures would be great. Advertising over 30 original catchphrases. Gherk bowling over someone's proposed trade strategy as he does a quick full body pivot left and karate chops a dragon. I love everything about this. And I love action figures, so it's actually perfect. Is it more important that GME keep above the $40 level at close or by tomorrow's open? At close. Margins calculated at close. Oh god, he's an action figure guy. I mean, when I was a child. That's what we had. Unsubbed. Catch y'all later. I'd prefer to see Pigeon Whale's Lego set. Interesting. Gherk doll with life-size Kung Fu grip would be a huge seller. Huh. That's... maybe. Gherk action figures, the key to success for us all? I don't think so. No. Would they be better than those stupid pop things? Yeah, absolutely. Do they still make action figures? Don't do it. He's gonna use that grip for something else. I know. No TV, and your action figures were just toys from McDonald's Happy Meal. We had the same childhood. Not always true. Sometimes my action figures were like knockoff action figures that were in the discount bin at Woolworths. They would always be from like weird, like off-brand cartoon shows. That you didn't know about because, well, on TV? Yeah, exactly. So I thought they were awesome. What is this little Gherkin the Prairie? It used to be Woolworths in New York City through the 80s, 90s, early 2000s even. I think they finally closed them down. The Green Army men were the best because you can melt them with a magnifying glass. There's no sun in New York City. Beyond's just playing dead? I don't know. Did you ever have the He-Man action figure? No, but I remember having a bunch of like G.I. Joe and Street Fighter action figures that had like rubber bands in their waists. Like their legs were held on with a rubber band to their torso. And there were like little hooks and they attached on the inside. Yeah, you remember those? Nope. Here comes 5250. Imagine selling early. I'm in a meeting, so I'm not listening to you, but Burr. Liminal core memory unlocked. Also, Squabs, I demand that all of my action figures have rotating joints and uh, rubber band thoraxes. Were your toys made in East Germany? Probably. O-rings, fine, whatever. O-rings. Cutting GoEV or holding through earnings? I mean, I kind of want to hold through earnings. I don't know. Maybe I'll take some profits off of the $3 calls. I'm gonna hold my leaps through earnings. So I mean, it's just a YOLO anyway. I never took them in the sandbox. You don't go in sandboxes in New York City. They're full of rat shit. Like, I mean, full of rat shit. No one goes in the sandbox. Only tourists put their kids in the sandboxes. Are you cutting beyond? I already trimmed a lot today. This is some of the least bullish price action I've seen on SPX. Oh, you mean straight up $30? Yeah, that's not very bullish at all. I got toxoplasmosis and a sandbox in Queens. Already trimmed a lot today, you say? I did. Should you make it a head and shoulders or break up? I mean, that's not a head and shoulders, but I guess it could be if you wanna try to make it one. This is a bear flag. Maybe it's like that. Yeah. I got toxoplasmosis in a sandbox in Queens. Sounds like a Drake song. And he was 30. Mr. Stockad, is this the run up at end of day before CPI that you foretold? I believe so, yes. I'm still in a meeting, so you're on mute, but did the market care about PPI? Your bottle noises ruined the gag. Nah, that's fine. You need to move your mouth more. Hopefully that bottle isn't a Stanley. I don't need you drinking, lad, but I'd be more artistic and crazy. I'm straight, but you make me wonder. Thanks. DFPT's in squeeze of the streets. He's gonna be back in front of Congress again. I mean, only if we squeeze. Enough volume today beyond off reg show the day before forced covering. That'd be neat. How much theta did you get for your Zom Leap covered calls? Jan 2025. I accidentally dropped my phone when I was picked it up. My port was fully loaded with weekly at the money puts. Am I shafted? Maybe not. How much theta did you hedge those Leap CCs with? Oh, I think they're June monthlies. I mean, I bought them a while back, but they're June monthlies. The fuck you mean if? I mean, if. Can you say bullish things about how the run is just starting? I already took a bunch of profits. We're really gonna buy a 50C weekly for tomorrow. What are you gonna do with it? I'm gonna cover the rest of my position for tomorrow's data. Sell it tomorrow. Okay, well, that's... Wait, this isn't a squeeze? I mean, it's not like a short squeeze. Commander Carl action figure taking over the stream. When Gherk has to go 20,000 leaps under the CCs. Gherk's being realistic. We must now focus on DFV's tweets again. I'm bullish. I bought when DFV told me to, alright? It's just 49,500. That's just 1 to 2 ports. Easy peasy. Good Delta and Vega. It's a terrible Vega put because you're already at the money, so your Vega won't increase as you approach at the money. DFV just treated to be his victim. Are we his exit liquidity? Yes. Dude, your I took profits mean you think the Beyond run is over? No, it means I don't care. Over or not, I made money. See? At the end of these things, when I'm like, how the fuck did you guys not make money? That's what I'm talking about. Because there was money, and it was free, and it was in your account, and all you had to do was snatch it. And then you didn't, right? Greed, always greed, yeah. It's the greedy, it's... There's no reason to die on your sword for fucking one reg show inclusion on Beyond. I learned, I made money, waiting to make more now. Nice. I snatched it, well done. Yeah. You gotta grab those profits right by the what do profits have? The Johnson. You gotta grab it right by the profits, yeah. The putsy, exactly. Does give us the I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed talk. I mean, if you put money into a high risk leveraged instrument like an option, and then the amount of money that you put in is then increased by a multiple, and then you just look at that and keep it until it's less money than you put in initially, you've failed at trading. I've been ignoring Gherk's advice for 3 years. I'm not about to stop. Thanks, Starlight. My profits are burning a hole in my jorts. I see that. I love this part of the pickle jar cycle. Yes, let's not forget the pickle jar super cycle. While everything's up, I feel like it's my duty to remind people. How dare you? There's no better time like the present. Should I pull up the trading Dunning-Kruger while I'm at it? Feels like it's time to say caveat emptor. Accurate and true. For me, it's lorem ipsum. I've spent way too much time in Illustrator recently. I should not get that joke. Where's the meatball on that? That's not the meatball chart. So I just want my gilt positions to go up 30% over the next 2 years. Is that too much to ask? Great Britain has a long history of bailing itself out of shitty economic situations with money from the US. I got a DM from DFE offering to manage my port, so I'm going to need you to change my password back to what it was. Where is the SPX on the where is SPX on the Bobby chart? That's an excellent question. Sometime around the time everyone else got bullish on it. During the period when Pulte was building his army. You guys, you make fun of CPI, but it's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be ugly if it's hot. That's called a bad personality. Remember when my cost basis for Bobby was 28? I do. Do you remember when you held through the top and then sold at $13? Then our memories are the same. I'm proud of the fact that I made money on Bobby. It was hard for a lot of you. You had to put away your blind faith in Ryan Cohen and accept that he was, in fact, a piece of shit and sell. If we close the gap at $1.44 from this morning, how's it looking now? Meh. Hmm. What the fuck is going on with that? Thanks, you smoking trees. I appreciate it. You're a true man of the people. Thanks as always. Odorous Dan, thank you so much for giving people billionaire coupons. Welcome aboard, Tiny Pickles. Give Odorous Dan a shout out for hooking you up. What are we doing? 250 above the already preposterous 5,000. I still haven't mentally recovered from Revlon. Am I in the 2%? Or wherever you want to be. I feel like if you cared, you would be very proud of me today. I've always been proud of you, Ben. No one paints the tape in after hours on a dying, already announced bankrupt stock quite like you. Bunch of poors grabbing those free memberships. Yep, they are. In a nutshell, didn't RC pull out because Bobby Board disregarded his letter to them after becoming a major shareholder? Like, he tried to help, but the existing board didn't want none of it. I mean, I don't think he tried to help very much. And the board was already fucked. They'd racked up an insane amount of debt in order to buy back a bunch of shares and pad themselves a nice exit, right? Like, the company was dying when he bought in. I think he just didn't do a lot of research. That's why he accidentally ended up with more of the free float and a larger percentage ownership than he actually should have had, because he didn't know or account for the fact that they had done a share offering or a share buyback. Oops. Yeah. And then thankfully for him, retail squeezed the stock so he could dump his bags all over them. Feels like VIX should be slightly higher going into the most important data print this month. But who am I to ask? The bulls know best. Yeah, it probably should be. But they're fighting back against that pretty hard. I mean, a lot of the reason the forward yield on volatility is so high and pressuring that positive rate is that there's a lot of risk premium priced in. And there's definitely some demand for tail risk hedging and long vol. And so bulls have been fighting back against that all day. I didn't realize RC was an idiot until he wrote that letter to Baba. I forgot about that. That was great. Chef Kiss for today's stream title. Thanks, JC. Halton to close. I sold SPX spread 52.35, 52.40. How did you figure out reversal at 12:30 this afternoon? Like exactly how did I figure it out? There's a few things. So first of all, bulls were backed into a corner. There was no support below the 52.20 strike. They had to do something to build up support there. But support there is insufficient, right? They needed to drive the stock higher from a strategy perspective. They needed SPX at a higher level where they could stabilize it against tomorrow morning's data, especially because all of their short vol is extremely exposed below 52.20, and that could cause those short puts to squeeze to the downside. So besides needing to defend their historic positioning and the state of the current positioning of where spot was, there was a influx of calls out of the money at 225, 230, 235, and 240 that started pushing Delta up. Delta flipped positive at 225. That meant that the market maker is going to start to back the move to the upside, at which point we saw an even larger amount of volume come in on the 235, 240, 245, and 250 strikes. And that's what gave us the rest of the run as the continued to buy the dip and bulls continued to buy more out of the money calls. And Charm fell off and went positive, adding a little bit of extra flows to the upside into the end of the day. Rip my nuts off with this end of day candle. So aggressive. Does Jimmy pump into tomorrow now that it's above VWAP and 50? Or is hot CPI going to rug this? Could, although closing above 50, very nice. Ivy isn't really changing much for Beyond on this drop. They're shorting it really hard. But this may just be prior to covering, right? So the market maker is not pricing anything down. Although if they got it below delta gamma neutral, the market maker might. GME Jesus, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Is the secret app going to be a bunch of arrows and graphs? Or will there be your AI voice explaining what it means? We could work on adding that as a feature. Jimmy Jesus? He is risen. He's got the riz. Gherk AI would be dangerous. No. It'd be just as useless as the rest of the AI. A poor facsimile. For me? Oh, because of this parasocial relationship. Yeah, yeah. Don't do that. You don't want to become addicted to me. You're in a view out hap similar to the Microsoft paperclip. Yeah. You know what's awesome right now is all the super stonkers just fuming in the background. And all the happiness and joy that is the pickle jar just on full display. Fuck you, super stonkers. You all suck. I snort Girk's love. Yeah. Look, all we can accomplish by giving Girk money every month for 3 years. Cheers, motherfucker. Cheers, man. Back in the day, we had to use Google to find our answers. You still do. AI has many utilities. Did you see the new GPT-4o release? You can have a real fake girlfriend now. AI's gonna put the Dans out of business. Man, high schoolers are gonna be like, my girlfriend in Canada, blah 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 blah, and then their friends are gonna be like, prove it, and they're gonna like call their chatbot, and their chatbot's just gonna be a girl in Canada. It's the rising of the nerds. She's legit. Greg and I share love differently than the rest of you, but we made an agreement not to go into detail publicly at this time. That was a wise choice. Also, careful. Very close to violating the NDA. Poor facsimile or a facsimile for the poor. I don't know. Their chatbot will be 1,000 guys in India. Are we gonna hit 200 million volume? On what? Ah, we almost closed above 50. I took all my profits at GME 52. Hopefully that was a smart move. You're gonna be really pissed if we open up at 80 tomorrow. They really want beyond under 8? Yeah, getting under those sold calls is a big deal. It's like they're using all of the liquidity that they got today to try to get it back under. I mean, if they have to force cover tomorrow, it's a good idea to short ahead of time, right? Oh, should I pick up some more of these? Hmm. Nice. All this shorting, and I'm still up 300% on these fucking calls. Got some more vertical spreads. They are cute. Aren't they awesome? $1 for 500? Or 100 for 500? Such a good deal. La Flama Blanca. Welcome back to Pigeon Whale. You think Jamie will close at 200 pre-split? What are you talking about? You mean at 50? $50? Alright, bro, I'm out. Thanks for the Riven info. No problem, man. Are you streaming GoEV earnings? No. Did you schedule a green day on SPX tomorrow? You'll have to see what color shirt I'm wearing. Was it the same color that Tiger wears on Sunday? What's that? Yeah, beyond red on the day. Go EV, go EV. What happened? Ooh, its tips are gonna touch. Tips. Look at them. Hold on, let's get really close. Look at that. Keep going. I'm almost there. You know what's not almost there? GME and $50. I thought people were bullish on this. What the fuck? Chill. How bad is GME close under 50? It's actually probably not that bad. As long as we're above 34.40. 50's a pretty solid close. Above 50 would be better than below it, but this is fine. Yeah, 40 and 35 are huge. Jimmy's still up 60% from yesterday, right? That's a lot of carryover. Big shorting on Beyond must look like shorting before a big cover? No? It kind of does, actually. There's been a lot of volume. I'm not sure what the goal is here, because this is just going to cause short puts to ramp up even more. It's like, oh, hey, you wanted another opportunity to sell $8 puts? Here you go. Which is dumb, right? I guess the yield's not as bad as it was. It's gotten a little better. 75 cents on 850. It's a little under 10%. Oh, because it's bouncing. Oh, fucking Beyond closed above 8. Ah, oh, Jimmy, 49. Lame. So close. eToro is going nuts because all the orders are pending and nobody can buy and take profits. Perfect. Now they just need to turn off the sell button. Ding ding. It's the end of the day. SPX closed 42.46, 57. So not quite above 50. Which may soften the strength of the bulls going into tomorrow. Let's see what's going on with Beyond Go EV earnings. Cheek is pumping GME to up membership subs. It's a conspiracy? No, I just don't want to talk to the crazy people. I quit Discord last week and then this happens? Ko-Fi approved. Absolutely. I wonder what this is going to do. Wait, hold on. They're not gonna like release this at like 5:30, are they? I'm just sitting around like a moron. Go if you open at 10:50 tomorrow. That'd be pretty awesome. I don't think that's gonna happen, but that'd be pretty dope. I'd make so much white if GoEV broke 5. They're trying to tank GME and after hours. It's fucking down like $1. Would you relax? Reverse inverse. Welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Appreciate it. My CPI YOLO gonna print? I don't know what your YOLO was. All right, I don't think these are out yet, so we'll go look at some other shit. Equal weight SPX up 40 points today. Pushed us almost to the top of the market maker's expected move for the day, and to close up 48 points with 70 priced in. Still below the all-time high from back in early April, late March. ES broke back above the trend line, where it's likely going to stay until CPI tomorrow morning. This puts bulls in a more advantageous position going into the print. If they do have to de-risk short vol, they've got a lot of padding from the market maker between spot and gamma neutral, so the market maker will have to absorb at least a decent amount of their repositioning should that come to pass. And that would be on a hot CPI print above 0.3% month over month, which is what is expected, as is 3.4% year over year. Well in line with the Fed's target of 2% in the long run. Commodities flat on the day. That's interesting. Dollar down a little bit, mostly against the euro and the pound. That guy from Amsterdam sounded way more confident than JPOW did, and so that's pretty understandable. Yields pretty much down across the board. Not heavily, but you know, the 10-year below 4.5, the 5-year below 4.5, or 10-year below 4.45, and the 5-year below 4.5. Top end of the yields still a little spicier. Like the 20 and 30 didn't lose too much. Those could rapidly revert tomorrow with a hotter inflation print. They really already should have today with PPI, but the market's going to wait to hear both. Correlation on the 3 and 1 month both turned around today, but not as severely as the dispersion broke down yesterday. A little bit on the longer term, so they're shorting vol further out. But the 1 month correlation still stayed pretty close to where we closed the day at yesterday. The forward yield on volatility is really tickling positive. They're shorting quite a lot to prevent that from happening. However, if the yield curve or the inversion slips and gets a little tighter, we're gonna see volatility climb back up to a positive forward yield on its convexity. That's gonna drive volatility demand. That's going to push up, cash VIX, right? It's going to price up SPX options, and it's going to force de-risking in the short vol positions. And we're very, very close to that. So, obviously, everything kind of hangs on CPI tomorrow, at least in the short term, right? Until they can push another narrative for Fed cuts as we approach the Fed meeting in early June. So, hot CPI tomorrow could be bearish for a couple of weeks, at least until maybe softer labor data or the Fed meeting. Looks like bond vol's up today, although that might just be yesterday's print. A little bit of the tail risk hedging actually starting to pull back, and this has been very slow to pull back recently. But we are seeing a little bit of that tail risk hedge fall off, possibly a little bit more confidence from the bulls after today. 75% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, and correlation between VIX futures and cash VIX now at negative 44.72%. GME ripping. Nice. 51, 52. Beyond down a little bit in after hours. GoEV still at $2.81. I'm assuming they haven't released any of their earnings yet still. They have posted an SPX chat. Oh, quarterly adjusted EBITDA is 48.3 million, an improvement of 28% or 18.8 million versus quarter 1 2023, and an improvement of 11%, 11.5% or 6.3 million versus quarter 4 2023. Adjusted net loss per share was $1.13, a 34.6% improvement from $1.73 per share in quarter 4 2024, but still a little bit worse than estimates. Increased purchases of long lead time, new and like new equipment at large discounts by 6 times in quarter 1 2024 versus quarter 4 2023, reduces future capital expenditures by approximately 50 million in 2024. Active discussions on additional purchases of deeply discounted equipment. Deliveries to U.S. Postal Service of right-hand drive LDV 190s on the road delivering mail. Enters 30 billion TAM Saudi Arabian market with commercial vehicle sales. Debut of LDVs in the UK market, introducing products to customers representing over 1 million units. Received Great British Fleet Award. Interesting. So I guess they're just waiting to hear guidance. Probably bullish if they guide, if they continue to guide up revenues for 2024. Estimated $1 per share, and it was $1.13 per share. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm not going to hang out and listen to their guidance, but could have a big effect. So we'll see what happens. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm so glad all of you did so well today. And for those of you guys that signed up to Pigeon Whale today, I'll have more information about launch over the next couple of weeks. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Congratulations to everybody that made money. I hope you all have a wonderful night. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.